Chapter 1024, Mage God. So strong. As expected of Zero Wings Goddess. Aqua Rose's Tier 1 curse, Soul Annihilation, shocked every player on the street. Many female players were even mesmerized. She's Zero Wings Vice Guild leader? Cleansed Rue's eyes widened in shock as she saw Aqua Rose. Although she had been in White River City for a time and had seen photos of Aqua Rose and watched many of the woman's videos, this was the first time she had seen her in person. However, the Aqua Rose she stared at was different from her guild's reports. Based on the information her guild had provided, although Aqua Rose was very strong, the woman's combat power was only slightly stronger than the Star Alliance's Red Feather. Although Aqua Rose had improved as time progressed and had even defeated Thousand Blades, one of the Glorious Lions battle team's apex experts, in the Dark Arena, she was not strong enough to kill a level 39 top-tier expert with a single attack. Ordinary players might not realize how strong that level 39 Berserker was, but as the vice guild leader of a first-rate guild, Cleansed Rue did. This level 39 Berserker's timing was even better than the assassin and swordsman who had attacked first. He was definitely a half-step refinement realm expert. Moreover, based on Laughing Drunkard's tone, it was obvious that he was relatively confident in this Berserker's strength. A half-step refinement realm expert was no noob. In a first-rate guild, said expert would rank near the top of the guild. Said expert might even become the guild's strongest player. Yet, Aqua Rose had killed such an expert instantly. Cleansed Rue began to wonder if Zero Wing had bribed her information department. It had only been a short time since she had received the report on Aqua Rose. How could one person improve so quickly? Suddenly, the masked level 40 female assassin beside Laughing Drunkard asked, "Drunkard, why don't we gang up on Aqua Rose? If we kill her, it will deal quite a blow to Zero Wing. Guild leader and the others will have less resistance when they strike. Forget it. We should save some of our cards for later." Lethal Gale suffered precisely because he grossly underestimated Zero Wing, Laughing Drunkard said, shaking his head as he glanced at Aqua Rose. He then said in the team chat, "Bullet, you two go all out and deal with Aqua Rose. I want to see how strong this vice guild leader is." Laughing Drunkard had planned to put on a dominant show in front of the candlelight trading firm to suppress Zero Wing's recently rising prestige. Now, however, it seemed as if that were no longer possible. Now that Bullet and the level 39 assassin had actively attacked someone inside the city, the NPC guards would kill and jail them upon arrival. It was also obvious that the two were not capable of killing the woman named Alluring Summer. Rather than lose their lives pointlessly, they might as well use this opportunity to test Aqua Rose's strength. No matter what was said or done, Aqua Rose was Zero Wing's vice guild leader, a VIP. If they could collect some information on Aqua Rose now, it would be easier to deal with the woman in the future. This war between guilds would not be determined with just one or two big battles or several dozen minor skirmishes. Aside from an economic war, information gathering was extremely important. Information could determine a war's outcome if used during a crucial moment. Understood. After Bullet and the assassin received their command, they activated their berserk skills before turning and dashing towards Aqua Rose. Like machines, there wasn't a shred of hesitation in their eyes. Both players' attributes rose significantly, and their dangerous auras resembled that of wild beasts. The surrounding players instantly felt death loom over them, and they started to back away from these two players. After the two activated their berserk skills, each temporarily gained the combat power of a lord of the same level. Yet, as if the pressure these two players radiated were a spring breeze, Aqua Rose remained unfazed as she stood before the candlelight trading firm's entrance. Watching the two players charge at her, Aqua Rose simply waved her staff. The ground beneath her feet turned pitch black, and as if this black shadow were contagious, it spread quickly, covering the ground around her. The shadow then enveloped the assassin and swordsman, and they instinctively jumped into the air to avoid the attack. Begone! Aqua Rose did not even bother to look at her assailants as she swiped her right index finger across the air. The pitch-black shadow rose from the ground, transforming into a pillar of black light that shot into the air. Even players several streets away saw the pillar of black light. Giving neither of the players a chance, the black pillar devoured them whole. Despite the two players activating their life-saving skills, they screamed in agony from inside the pillar. They felt as if they were trapped in hell. The spectators even began to pity them after hearing the screams. When the pillar of black light finally disappeared, only Aqua Rose and 2 pieces of top-tier equipment remained on the battlefield. They died? How did she do that? This scene left everyone gasping. Unlike the Berserker, who had died without any display of strength, Blackwater's assassin and swordsman had shown off their combat standards against Alluring Summer. Thus, everyone watching the battle had a clear grasp of how strong those 2 experts were. Laughing Drunkard, who watched from afar, wore a dark expression. Aqua Rose was a lot stronger than he had expected. Until now, she had only used 2 skills. This wasn't enough for him to judge her current standard. Moreover, the information he gleaned from the pillar of black light was not enough to reach a conclusion. The assassin and swordsman had died for nothing. After Aqua Rose finished collecting her loot, she looked towards Laughing Drunkard and said, "If you still want to fight, attack me together. I don't have time to waste on fighting you one by one." Currently, she was in a relatively good mood. She had only used 2 skills to earn 2 pieces of level 35 dark gold equipment. She could probably make close to 100 gold if she sold these 2 items. Unfortunately, Blackwater's members had swiftly retrieved the equipment the Berserker had dropped. Otherwise, she could have earned more money. When Blackwater's players heard Aqua Rose's provocation, they all wanted to jump into action. Although Aqua Rose's skills were indeed powerful, skills like those generally had very long cooldowns. If they charged at her now, they would be more than capable of defeating the Cursemancer. "We're leaving." Laughing Drunkard extended a hand to stop his teammates. "Now is not the time to fight them. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future." Saying so, Laughing Drunkard led his team away from the candlelight trading firm's entrance, earning jeers and mocking gazes from the surrounding players for his trouble. At the same time, the bystanders began to admire Zero Wing even more than before. White River City's native players cheered. In their eyes, Zero Wing was a local guild, while Blackwater was the enemy. Naturally, they would celebrate when Zero Wing suppressed Blackwater. "Aqua, isn't your transformation a little too intense? It's only been some time since we've seen each other, yet I nearly failed to recognize you." As everyone left the venue, Alluring Summer, who had silently stood by the side, smiled and greeted Aqua Rose. "Not here. Let's continue our conversation inside." Aqua Rose responded to the greeting with a smile of her own. She then led Alluring Summer into the candlelight trading firm. The remaining players on the street were stunned. They had never expected Alluring Summer to be acquainted with Zero Wing's vice guild leader, Aqua Rose. They know each other? Why doesn't the secret pavilion know anything about this? Cold Autumn was similarly shocked. Alluring Summer's strength could not be ignored. After seeing the speed of her double casting, Cold Autumn knew that the woman was extraordinary. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose had ended the battle too abruptly, giving Alluring Summer no opportunity to display her true strength. If Xiaofan were present, he, too, would have been surprised. After all, he was extremely familiar with the woman named Alluring Summer. Xiaofan wasn't the only one. Practically every player in God's domain had heard of her in the past. Her fame had all been due Alluring Summer's past nickname, the Lightning Mage God. Chapter 1025, Recruiting the Mage God. After the auction for the Advanced Mana Armor Kit ended, news of the Candlelight Trading Firm's plans to hold a large-scale auction spread like wildfire. It quickly became the hot topic throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Zero Wing is so amazing. I never thought that it would even sell bronze mounts. I have to collect enough money to join the auction myself. Stop dreaming. Those are bronze mounts we are talking about. Even large guilds only have a few. If Zero Wing really intends to sell them, independent players like us won't be able to afford their price. Even if I can't afford it, visiting the auction is still be a good idea. I heard that, aside from the bronze mounts, they'll be selling rare items. The majority of the players eagerly anticipated the candlelight auction in 4 days. Even if they could not buy themselves a bronze mount, they would be more than satisfied with a good weapon or piece of equipment. As the public disregarded this as just another normal auction, God's Domain's various large guilds immediately took action, secretly gathering funds. To ordinary players, the most attractive item up for auction was the bronze mount. To large guilds, however, the entrance slots to the Holy City of Titan and the advanced mana armor kits were far more important. The entrance slots were particularly valuable to super guilds. After all, they had the master lifestyle players that other guilds did not. Only, these lifestyle players had yet to familiarize themselves with God's Domain's lifestyle system. As long as these players had enough resources, they would easily become true master lifestyle players. With Super Guild's expansive network of connections, they could easily earn a ton of coins with these master lifestyle players' advanced products. Hence, when the various Super Guilds and Super First-Rate Guilds heard the news of Zero Wing selling the Holy City's entrance slots, they immediately began to gather funds. As I expected of the number 1 guild of Star Moon Kingdom, to think Zero Wing still had such a move. Singular Burial could not help but laugh when he read the report his subordinate had sent. Others might only see Zero Wing holding a simple auction, but he knew the true value of the Holy City's entrance slots. Those slots would attract a large number of super first-rate guilds and super guilds. There was also the advanced mana armor kit to consider. A 10% increase to one's basic attributes was no trifling matter. If one could equip a 100-man expert team with the advanced mana armor kits, raiding large-scale team dungeons would be much easier. This was especially true for level 50 large-scale team dungeons. As the saying went, once ahead, always ahead. Level 50 was a major turning point for God's Domain's players. If a guild compiled a stock of level 50 top-tier equipment ahead of its competition, when the time came, the guild's experts could complete their Tier 2 class changes ahead of others as well. Guild leader, what should we do? If we let Zero Wing move unhindered, by the time the auction is over, they will resolve their funding problem. It doesn't matter. We'll proceed as planned. Fog and her group should finish constructing the magic array in less than 4 days. Even if Zero Wing collects enough coins, it will be powerless to change the situation. Collect some money for the auction. We need to join in on the fun as well. Singular Burial was not worried about Zero Wing making a comeback with the candlelight auction. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had already prepared to take down Stone Forest Town. No matter how hard Zero Wing struggled, nothing would change. Inside the Candlelight Trading Firm's VIP guest room. The 7-story Candlelight Trading Firm was at least the equivalent of a 10-story building in the real world. On the top floor, one could see the beauty of White River City past the French windows and the ant-sized players wandering through the streets. In White River City, aside from the Candlelight Trading Firm's 3-star shop, no building offered such scenery. Most of the high-class restaurants throughout the city were at most 3 stories tall. Even NPC and other player-owned shops were not as tall. Alluring Summer, who currently sat by the French windows, glanced at the city before turning back to Aqua Rose and saying enviously, "Aqua, you really are getting by a lot better than I am. After not seeing each other for some time, your strength has improved so much. What have you been doing recently? You couldn't be training deep in the mountains, right?" Aqua Rose had hidden her level during the scuffle on the street. After entering the VIP lounge, however, she had no reason to. Level 44. When Alluring Summer saw this, her eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. She had barely reached level 41 after encountering several miracles and spending most of her time cooped up in her home playing God's Domain, yet Aqua Rose, who was busy as Zero Wing's vice guild leader, had managed to reach level 44. It was truly inconceivable. Alluring Summer could clearly remember that, when Aqua Rose had resided in the Storm Empire and one of Twilight Echo's honorary elders, the woman's level and equipment had been on par with hers. If she had lost to her friend only in levels and equipment, she wouldn't have minded. The biggest issue was that Aqua Rose had also improved her combat techniques. Coupled with the woman's equipment, she was not confident that she could defeat Aqua Rose right now. What are you talking about? Aqua Rose covered her mouth and grinned. She had known Alluring Summer since she was young as their families were friends. However, Alluring Summer was a far more talented gamer than herself. Due to that, this woman had always bullied her. Now that Alluring Summer had said such a thing, the little vanity inside her was quite satisfied. She felt even happier than when she had defeated the Star Alliance. Who do you think you're trying to fool? Look at that smile on your face. Alluring Summer rolled her eyes at her friend. Eagerly, she asked, "Speak. What have you been doing recently? How did you improve so quickly?" All right. I'll talk." Aqua Rose nodded. "To be honest, I've asked you here for a reason. I'm sure that you have heard about Zero Wing, even in the Storm Empire. I invited you here today to ask you to join Zero Wing. Join a guild?" Alluring Summer shook her head straightforwardly and said, "Forget it. I'm used to moving alone. I hate being bound by guilds' restrictions more than anything. Don't even try to persuade me. I refuse to join any guild. Don't you want to improve your combat techniques?" Aqua Rose had predicted this reply. Smiling, she said, "Hasn't that always been your goal? If you are always alone, I'm afraid that you'll never catch up to that person. I've heard that that person is getting by pretty well in God's domain. His strength has already reached an unimaginable realm." Chapter 1026, Top 10. Alluring Summer fell silent at Aqua Rose's words. Others might not know why she had started playing virtual reality games, but Aqua Rose knew her end goal. "I know how that person is doing. I'm still nowhere near his strength. However, I recently accepted a hidden class quest. If I can complete the quest and obtain a hidden class, I might have a chance of catching up in the future," Alluring Summer said seriously. "I believe that you are familiar with his standards. Can you say with certainty that I can surpass that person by joining Zero Wing?" Before she arrived in Star Moon Kingdom, she had researched Aqua Rose's guild thoroughly. She had to admit that it was miraculous that a small, unknown guild had grown to become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild in such a short time. However, Star Moon Kingdom wasn't much when compared to the whole of God's domain. There were hundreds of kingdoms. Star Moon Kingdom was only slightly above average kingdom. Meanwhile, empires stood far above kingdoms. Based on what she knew, there were other small, unknown guilds that had taken control of entire kingdoms. There was even a third-rate guild that dominated an empire, though said third-rate guild possessed an extraordinary background. On the other hand, Zero Wing had yet to take control over Star Moon Kingdom fully. Among the many rising small guilds in the game, it merely ranked among the top, it did not rank #1. Furthermore, the recently established Blackwater Guild was an extremely tough opponent for Zero Wing. In the real world, the Blackwater Corporation had begun to gather all sorts of resources. It was clear that the corporation planned a major move in God's domain to seize some of the shares in God's domain's market. As an international corporation, the amount of resources the Blackwater Corporation wielded was beyond imagination. Even without any tricks, it could easily defeat first-rate guilds. To put it bluntly, Zero Wing was having a hard time staying afloat right now. How could the guild possibly help her improve? When Alluring Summer had expected Aqua Rose to hesitate and fail to answer her question confidently, Aqua Rose revealed a dauntless smile and responded, "If you work hard enough after joining Zero Wing, I assure you that you will achieve your goal." If Alluring Summer had asked this question in the past, she wouldn't have been so certain. After all, she knew full well how powerful Alluring Summer's target was. It was not just a matter of being strong. That person was on an entirely different level. Only someone as talented as Alluring Summer could dream of surpassing such a person. As for herself, she had only been able to look up to him. However, things were different now. In the past, she had been barred from that person's world. However, thanks to Xiaofan, she was beginning to enter it. With Alluring Summer's frightening talent, it was incredibly likely that she would surpass that person in the future. Hearing Aqua Rose's resolute answer, Alluring Summer was stunned. If Aqua Rose were not her best friend, she would suspect the woman of some trick. Seeing Alluring Summer's hesitation, Aqua Rose took a deep breath and said, "I understand your thoughts. How about this? Join Zero Wing. If you think remaining in Zero Wing won't help you reach your goal, I'll ask the guild leader to let you go personally. How about it?" In reality, she had not asked Alluring Summer here only because she wanted to add her strength to Zero Wing, but also because she wanted to help her friend realize her dream. Firstly, she planned to recruit Alluring Summer as a Zero Wing core member and expose her to the guild's training. This was the greatest concession she could offer right now. After all, Zero Wing was not hers. She could not selfishly offer the guild's resources to an outsider. Really? Alluring Summer asked warily. She knew that as players were given access to more resources in a large guild, they would be bound by more restrictions. It was impossible to up and leave for no reason. Take Aqua Rose for example. If not for the Sun and Moon Group position as one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders, she wouldn't have been able to leave the guild so easily. Don't you believe me? Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Alluring Summer. These are your words. Don't regret them later. If I sense that there is no point to remaining in Zero Wing, I won't hesitate to walk away, Alluring Summer stated seriously. That's fine, Aqua Rose said, smiling bitterly. If you don't have any other issues, sign this contract. Once you sign it, you'll be one of Zero Wing's core members and can enjoy all of the benefits that come with the position. Alluring Summer then read the system-approved contract. Indeed, as Aqua Rose had said, the conditions were lax. She could leave the guild anytime she wanted. However, she would not be permitted to share any information relating to Zero Wing with others. Otherwise, she would be banished from God's domain. Alluring Summer understood the clause. After all, every guild had its secrets. After finding no faults with the contract, she signed at the bottom. After Aqua Rose confirmed that the main god system had acknowledged the contract, she sent her friend several battle videos. Since you're a core member, you are allowed to learn from these. As for how much you learn, that depends on you. If you wish to enhance your learning speed, you can fight for the 100-berry wine. If you want to improve your strength quickly, you can also apply to join Zero Wing's training grounds in the real world. There are dedicated experts there to offer pointers. If you rank within the top 10 in Zero Wing's rank matches, you may apply for the black card. With that, you can train in the simulation training system. Black card? What's that? Alluring Summer could not help but ask. I'm not allowed to offer any concrete information. You can only learn more if you rank among the top 10 in the matches, Aqua Rose said, chuckling. She had been using the black card Xiaofan had sent her. She had never dreamed that Xiaofan would get his hands on something so valuable. Before this, she had not realized how frightening super guilds were. Despite her previous participation in a super guild's training camp, she felt like she was learning about super guilds for the first time. During the several days she had spent in the secret pavilion's training system, she had improved significantly. Don't be so stingy. Do you think that I can't rank among the top 10 with my strength? Alluring Summer curled up her lips into a sneer. I believe that you can in the future. However, you won't make it in the upcoming rank matches, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. Aqua, do you think that I used my full strength against those bastards on the street? I'm not trying to brag, but if I used my full strength, very few people in Zero Wing could stand against me, Alluring Summer said, annoyed. She had experienced many hardships in the Storm Empire. She had even disguised herself and defeated many well-known experts. Among them, some were even top-tier experts ranked on the God's Domain's experts list. With her standards, aside from super guilds and super first-rate guilds, she would easily rank at the top of any large guild. I knew you would say that. However, take a look at these videos. Once you're done, you'll understand what I mean, Aqua Rose said, not bothering to explain further. If you still think that you're strong enough, I will find someone to spar with you. If you can defeat that person, I'll help you apply for a black card immediately. What do you think? These are your words, not mine. Don't regret them. Seeing Aqua Rose's resolution, Alluring Summer decided to humor her friend, and she started to watch one of the videos she had been given. She was curious to find out what gave Aqua Rose such great confidence. Chapter 1027, Overwhelming Strength. Only Zero Wing's core members could view the battle videos Aqua Rose had sent to Alluring Summer. God's Domain's various large guilds usually had their own intelligence departments that specialized in information gathering and videos of various battles. Battle videos of Apex experts were not unique to Zero Wing. However, the battle videos Aqua Rose had sent were somewhat special. These battle videos could not be found anywhere on the market. The majority of these videos were of Xiaofan fighting other Apex experts. Moreover, they had been recorded from Xiaofang's point of view, not from a third party's. In addition, they had been recorded with the holographic simulation mode. Rather than watching the video on a flat screen, one could experience the fight themselves. Among the recorded opponents, the weakest were in the refinement realm, while the strongest had been an old monster in the domain realm. One could say that this was the classical collection of Xiaofang's battles. As for opponents that had not reached the refinement realm, those had not qualified. After all, there were too many expert players who had yet to reach the refinement realm. Those videos were easy to find. Referencing those videos had no value. Aside from Xiaofang's PvP battle videos, Alluring Summer also had access to his battle videos from the Secret Pavilion's Battle Tower. The Battle Tower was the most direct method of testing a player's combat standards. These videos could help a player summarize their deficiencies. These videos were precisely the reason that Zero Wing's core members improved so quickly. Alluring Summer had not paid much attention when she had started to watch the videos. However, when the fight began, she couldn't pull her eyes from the recording. Before she realized it, she had already watched all of the videos Aqua Rose had sent her. After Alluring Summer finished watching the videos, she took a deep breath to calm herself. Excitedly, she turned to look at Aqua Rose and asked, Aqua, do you have other videos like these? Although she had only watched a few and none of these videos lasted long, she had to admit that they were inspiring. Xiaofang's battles gave her a glimpse of an entirely new world. She had never thought that players could fight in such a way. These videos are the best we have. There are some others stored in the guild's database. The most exciting of those are the battles between core members. However, regarding combat standards, they are no match for the videos you just watched, Aqua Rose said. They are no match? Alluring Summer was disappointed. Although she had only watched the videos for a short time, she already felt that she had improved in a way. If she could watch more recordings of such high combat standards, she could improve faster than relying on trial and error. Are you disappointed? Aqua Rose asked, giggling. Of course. I usually collect battle videos of God's domain's experts, too. However, compared what you have given me, those experts are no more than children playing house. At this moment, Alluring Summer still couldn't get enough of those videos. To be honest, you don't need to feel so disappointed. If you fight your way into the top 10 in the rank matches and obtain a black card, you'll develop even faster. Aqua Rose chuckled. One could fight all sorts of experts in the simulation training system. Experience would help one grow stronger much faster than watching videos. Really? Alluring Summer's excitement was immediate. Didn't you say that, if I defeat a particular person, I can apply for a black card immediately? Call them here. I want to find out what this black card is. After watching the battle videos, while she admitted that she was absolutely no match for Xiaofan, she did not believe that, with her current strength, she could lose to anyone else in Zero Wing. After all, she had secretly defeated the 766th ranked expert on the God's Domain's experts list. Furthermore, although she acknowledged that Aqua Rose had grown stronger after watching her friend fight, she believed that she had roughly a 40% chance of defeating the vice guild leader. Alright, then. I'll contact them, Aqua Rose said, smiling helplessly. She knew full well how confident Alluring Summer was of her own strength. She also knew that Alluring Summer was a capable expert. Had Alluring Summer visited a few days earlier, with her current strength and techniques, she likely would have ranked among the top 10. In addition to her status as vice guild leader, it shouldn't be hard to get Alluring Summer a black card. Now, however, things had changed. Some time ago, Gentle Snow joined Zero Wing with a bunch of Ouroboros' top players, increasing Zero Wing's strength significantly. Right now, she was not certain of how well Alluring Summer would fare in Zero Wing. After all, she was not particularly familiar with the strength of Gentle Snow's people. However, since her friend was eager to fight, she might as well accommodate the woman. She could use this opportunity to determine how much her friend had improved while they had been apart. Following which, Aqua Rose contacted Violet Cloud and led Alluring Summer to the Divine Colosseum. Aqua, you're kidding me, right? You're having me fight a cleric? Aren't you underestimating me a little too much? Alluring Summer frowned at the young Violet Cloud before her. Before arriving, she had thought Aqua Rose would find some middle-aged uncle to face her. She never thought that her opponent would be such a young girl. It was common knowledge that improving one's techniques in virtual reality games was not as easy or convenient as improving one's weapons and equipment. One needed to invest a lot of time to accumulate combat experience. Aside from those extremely talented youths, very few youths became experts. Most of the famous experts in God's domain were over 25 years old. Violet Cloud was also a cleric. Alluring Summer's victory was practically guaranteed. Just fight her. You'll understand soon, Aqua Rose said, smiling meaningfully. She had already promised that, as long as Alluring Summer defeated the person she called upon, she would help her apply for a black card. If she chose someone like Flying Shadow or Cola, her application might not be accepted. However, if Alluring Summer could defeat Violet Cloud, get her access to the simulated training system would easier. Her application would definitely be accepted. After all, defeating Violet Cloud meant that Alluring Summer was already strong enough to rank among the guild's top 10. With no other choice, Alluring Summer helplessly entered the arena. She decided to put an end to this pointless farce quickly. As soon as the timer reached 0, Alluring Summer immediately began to doublecast. Moreover, both of her chosen spells were Tier 1, Lightning and Chain Fireball. First, she intended to use the numerous fireballs to block her opponent's paths, keeping the girl in one place. Afterward, she planned to attack Violet Cloud's weak point with lightning. Even an expert on her level would struggle to cope with such a combination. Go! As soon as Alluring Summer finished chanting, she hurled 5 fireballs at Violet Cloud. Each fireball was just as powerful as a full-powered attack from a berserker of the same level. Moreover, the fireballs were extremely fast. Even an assassin of the same level would find them difficult to dodge. This spell should kill a cleric instantly. Even if Violet Cloud survived the attack, Alluring Summer still had the more powerful and faster lightning. This was the spell she had used to throw Bullet, the swordsman from Blackwater, over 20 yards away. It was overkill against a magical class. However, just as Alluring Summer thought that the battle was over, dozens of mana balls appeared around Violet Cloud. Under Violet Cloud's control, these mana balls transformed into a beam of black light that struck the 5 fireballs. How? Alluring Summer was stunned. The instant the 5 fireballs encountered those mana balls, not only had they been destroyed, but over a dozen more mana balls continued towards Alluring Summer. Despite using lightning and ice wall to defend herself, the mana balls adjusted their attack trajectories as if they were alive, avoiding her lightning and ice wall and surrounding her. A series of explosions echoed throughout the arena as Alluring Summer's body fell to the ground. The system then displayed the victor's name above the arena. Violet Cloud. Chapter 1028, Royal Guard. As soon as Alluring Summer resurrected outside the arena, she turned to look at the young girl walking out of it, her face filled with shock. Of all the experts she had encountered before, not one had ever managed to instantly kill her in a single move. She also had not believed that such a person existed. Not to mention, said person was a little girl. Why is there such a huge gap? Alluring Summer was baffled by this outcome. Standing to one side, Aqua Rose could not help but reminisce when she saw the stunned look on her friend's face. Back when she had seen the strength Xiaofan displayed, she had been thoroughly stupefied. Now, Alluring Summer was experiencing a similar situation. The outcome of this match came as no surprise whatsoever to Aqua Rose. Although they were all playing the same game, the disparity in strength had made her wonder whether they were truly playing the same game. Alluring Summer was most likely pondering this same question at the moment, utterly confused by this situation. However, this was reality, an extremely cruel reality. This was the most unreasonable aspect of games. In ordinary virtual reality games, the gradual accumulation of attributes made it very easy for a gap to appear between players. Meanwhile, God's domain was even more special than the usual virtual reality games. Not only was there the gap of attributes, but there was also the gap of combat experience and techniques. Reaction speed, observation power, skill utilization, grasp of timing, and many other aspects. If one was just a tad stronger than their opponent in all these aspects, in a situation where both fighters possessed the same attributes, there would still be a massive difference in the combat power displayed. This battle was undoubtedly the best proof. In terms of attributes, Violet Cloud, who was currently level 44, completely surpassed Alluring Summer. In terms of combat techniques, Violet Cloud, who had already entered the refinement realm, was also superior to Alluring Summer, who was only at the half-step refinement realm. The result of this combination of advantages was a one-hit KO. After falling into a daze for quite some time, Alluring Summer turned to look at Aqua Rose and asked curiously, "Aqua, tell me honestly. What's her rank within the guild?" This was Alluring Summer's first time encountering such a powerful cleric since she started playing God's Domain. She did not believe that Violet Cloud ranked only within the top 10 of Zero Wing. Based on her estimation, the girl should be among the top 3 at the very least. If a guild could have 3 of such experts, it was no wonder Zero Wing was considered Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Probably within the top 5? Aqua Rose could not say for sure. As far as she knew, Xiaofan had not held back in nurturing Gentle Snow and the others after they joined Zero Wing. Moreover, Aqua Rose had heard that Gentle Snow had already entered the refinement realm even before she joined Zero Wing. The weapon she wielded was even a magic weapon. She also had a hidden class that enabled her to use twofold Berserk. In addition, there was Thoughtful Rain, who did not participate much in guild activities. The girl was very strong and was another one who had a special legacy. She's so strong, yet she's only ranked within the top 5? Alluring Summer exclaimed in shock. You're kidding me, right? She truly found it hard to imagine what kind of guild Zero Wing was. There were actually 4 more monsters like Violet Cloud in the guild. Just how were other guilds supposed to go up against Zero Wing? What benefit do I get from lying to you? Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Alluring Summer. Grumpily, she added, now you know how powerful Zero Wing is, right? Although Aqua Rose was acting somewhat smug, Alluring Summer was paying no attention to her words whatsoever. Instead, she directly rushed up to Violet Cloud, hoping to continue challenging the young girl. Before this, she had extreme difficulty finding a powerful expert to fight against. Now that this little monster was right before her eyes, how could she possibly let this chance get away? To a battle maniac like Alluring Summer, this situation was equivalent to placing fresh meat before a hungry wolf. At the same time as Alluring Summer had joined Zero Wing, a huge incident had occurred over at the distant Starmoon City. A short while ago, monsters had captured an NPC town belonging to Starmoon City, massacring every player within the town and reducing a town with a population of nearly 20,000 players to a town of death. In response, Starmoon City had announced that players could launch a crusade against this town. As long as they managed to clear out the monsters from this town, they would obtain generous rewards, including direct promotion to a Count of Starmoon City. In God's domain, the importance of reputation to players spoke volumes for itself. The higher a player's reputation was, the easier it would be for them to obtain a high ranking or rare quest. Players could also receive discounts on their repair fees and teleportation fees. Most importantly, the number of personal guards they could hire would increase. At the Viscount rank, players were only allowed 2 personal guards. At the Count rank, however, players could have 4. Even if a player themselves was not strong, if they had 4 high-quality personal guards around them, even expert players would have to give them a wide berth. Moreover, grinding field bosses would also become a very simple task. Only, it was extremely difficult to find high-quality personal guards. Currently, even a mysterious iron guard would go for an astronomical price, not to mention secret silver and fine gold guards. However, players were no fools either. Currently, even the various large guilds had managed to find only a few mysterious iron guards, much less secret silver guards. Anyone who obtained one would definitely treat the NPC as their family heirloom. They would not sell the NPC no matter what. Meanwhile, one of the rewards for the town crusade just so happened to be an opportunity to select a personal guard from the King's Royal Guard. The King's Royal Guard. That was the gathering place of Starmoon Kingdom's elites. Only the most outstanding guards could join the Royal Guard. Their growth potential would naturally be significantly better than that of the NPCs players could find on the streets. Even if an ordinary player managed to obtain only a mysterious iron guard, they could immediately resign from their jobs in the real world and rely solely on God's domain to sustain themselves. If one obtained a secret silver guard and directly sold the NPC to a large guild, they would no longer have to worry about living expenses for the rest of their lives. Hence, the moment news of this was released, the entire Starmoon City went into an uproar. Both independent and guild players formed teams one after another and embarked on an expedition to take back the town. Many guilds and workshops even started preparing siege tools. Guild leader, should we send some men over as well? In any case, that town is not very far away from Stone Forest Town, Blackie suggested softly as he looked at Xiaofan, who was currently overseeing the construction of the magic tower. No need to hurry. "It'll be fine even if we head out after the tower is constructed," Xiaofan replied, shaking his head. In reality, though, even he was greatly tempted by this reward. The NPCs in the Royal Guard were dragons among men. Generally, only players who had reached the Marquis rank had the opportunity to choose a personal guard from the Royal Guard. Even then, they would be required to complete a quest whose difficulty was no less than an epic quest's. Extremely few players were capable of completing it. Fortunately, this quest belonged to the category of pure reward quests, so players would not incur any punishment even if they failed. At most, they would lose their opportunity to recruit a royal guard. Yet, now, players only needed to capture a town in order to receive such a reward. Xiaofan was somewhat puzzled by this situation. Chapter 1029, Mythic Monster. Upon hearing Xiaofan saying so, Blackie had no choice but to give up on taking a look at the monster town. After all, Zero Wing was truly very busy right now. The guild's expansion had driven home to Blackie its dire manpower shortage. Setting aside the ongoing war with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial, just Stone Forest Town itself required a lot of people to manage it. In the past, as he had not been responsible for managing Stone Forest Town, he had not thought that the job was particularly difficult. Recently, however, Xiaofan had handed him some of the responsibility for the town, which finally made him realize how wrong he was. While the town had still been in its protection period, the task of maintaining the town's security could be left fully to the NPC guards to handle. After the protection period was over, however, problems started cropping up one after another. The first headache was the matter of patrolling the town, a daily task in player towns. Zero Wing needed to arrange for some players to patrol Stone Forest Town and maintain its security. However, this need was not because of players but NPCs. Ever since Stone Forest Town's protection period ended, a constant flow of NPC visitors from other towns had started trickling in. Among them included merchants, adventurers, and various other kinds of NPCs. This situation triggered the true development of the town's economy, which was the root of the second headache. A town's promotion relied mainly on its economy and degree of prosperity. Meanwhile, these two factors depended on the number of resident players and NPCs. In terms of players, Stone Forest Town had long since exceeded the target requirement and was already qualified for promotion to a medium-sized town. In terms of NPCs, however, Stone Forest Town was not even close to reaching the required number of 10,000 NPCs. Moreover, this number did not include the NPC guards brought over or hired by the guild. Meanwhile, the town's security was critical to attracting more NPCs to a town. Hence, guilds needed to dispatch players every day to maintain the security within their town and inspect the NPCs in town to prevent the spies of dark forces from creating local mischief. In addition, guilds had to dispatch a lot of members to maintain the security of the trade routes between towns, which faced threats from players, as well as from hostile NPCs and monsters. If the security of a town's trade routes was not maintained, then merchant NPCs would not dare to visit said town to develop at all. Hence, managing a town was not as easy as Blackie had imagined it to be. Fortunately, these security tasks were considered guild quests, which also provided relatively good rewards, so quite a number of guild members were fighting over these quests every day. Only, these quests were a little costly to the guild. While the system supplied the EXP rewards these quests provided, the monetary rewards came from the guild itself. Moreover, the longer the trade route that needed coverage, the more players that had to be dispatched, which would, in turn, raise the expenditures. Just a single day's maintenance fees already cost the guild 300 gold. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As the protection period of the town had just recently ended, there was only a single trade route leading to Stone Forest Town right now. Once the number of trade routes increased, the guild's expenditures would rise significantly. Guild leader, is it true that we really won't have to patrol any trade route near the town after we construct this magic tower? Blackie asked curiously as he looked at Xiaofan, who was continuously manipulating magical runes at the moment. Of course. Otherwise, why would I pay such a huge price to build this tower? Xiaofan rolled his eyes at Blackie. The magic tower was the mainstream defensive building used in the later stages of God's domain. Just the cost of construction already exceeded 7,000 gold. If one included the many materials wasted due to production errors, the total cost could exceed 10,000 gold. Reducing wastage was also the reason why guilds would usually have master lifestyle players construct the magic tower. With the rarity of the design for the magic tower and the sheer expense of actually constructing one, if the magic tower only had great destructive power, it would never have become the mainstream defensive building of God's domain. The key point that made the magic tower valuable was its defensive range. The tower had a detection range of 10,000 yards. Hence, after constructing a magic tower in the town, there would be no need to worry about hostile NPCs intruding upon the trade routes within 10,000 yards of the tower, as these NPCs would know that they would be discovered very quickly. The construction of a second magic tower would extend the defensive range of the towers by an additional 5,000 yards. This range was extendable to a maximum of 30,000 yards. In other words, the magic towers would reach maximum efficiency when there were 5 of them in a town or city. However, Stone Forest Town was not a commercial town. It would not have many trade routes that needed guarding. Hence, having a single magic tower was sufficient. Any more would just be a waste of resources. After all, its construction design was available in limited quantities. If he weren't limited by the designs, though, Xiaofan would not mind building a few more towers and turning Stone Forest Town into an iron fortress. The current Stone Forest Town was no longer the same as it was in the past when the majority of its residents were guild players. On the contrary, independent players currently outnumbered the guild players within the town. This was because the various large guilds had all shifted their focus to the Undead Gorge, as not only was the map there massive, but the monsters there were available in greater numbers as well. Whether one was trying to grind for levels or magic crystals, the Undead Gorge was an excellent choice. Most importantly, guilds wouldn't have to submit to Zero Wings exploitation by grinding at the Undead Gorge. If they grinded at the Stoneclaw Mountains, they would have to contribute a significant share of the magic crystals they earned to the repair fees and accommodation fees at Stone Forest Town. However, there would be no need to do so if they grinded at the Undead Gorge. Although it took more time to travel to the Undead Gorge, as mounts became more commonplace, going from the nearest NPC town to the Undead Gorge would get whittled down to only around 2 hours. Hence, the various large guilds had placed all their focus on the Undead Gorge. However, independent players were different. Firstly, their levels were not comparable to those of elite members of guilds. Secondly, they would suffer at the hands of the guilds grinding at the Undead Gorge. Hence, the Stoneclaw Mountains had become the best option for them. Currently, if one looked at the streets of Stone Forest Town, one would find that nearly 70% of the players there were independent players. The town was even more prosperous than it was in the past. During the time Xiaofan was completing the runes for the Magic Tower, news regarding the various large guilds' crusade against the monster town had spread all over the official forums. A level 60 mythic monster had actually appeared in Black Ridge Town. All guilds participating in the crusade were defeated. What? Aren't mythic monsters tier 4 monsters? If only you had seen how powerful that monster was for yourself. With just a single move, it instantly annihilated over 10,000 of the players that had gone to recapture the town. Nobody could defend against that monster's attack. Even magic barriers were useless against it. That's only the tip of the iceberg. I've heard that the monsters in that town all possess extremely high combat standards. Even ordinary players might not be able to defeat the common monsters there in a one-on-one. Most importantly, I've heard that players killed by those monsters aren't able to log into God's domain for some time. Moreover, those monsters would also grow in strength after killing players. How are we supposed to recapture that town, then? The more people that go there, the stronger those monsters become. Plus, there's even a Tier 4 boss guarding the town, that's as strong as the strongest NPCs in major NPC cities. Who could possibly do anything about those monsters? I've heard that the monsters inside the town have already begun spreading out into the surroundings. They aren't just staying in Black Ridge Town. They've even ambushed many players grinding in that map. Now, no player dares to approach that map anymore. It's no wonder the system is offering such generous rewards. The difficulty of this quest is simply ridiculous. Luckily, I didn't go there. Do you think those monsters will continue taking over the nearby towns? That might actually be possible. I think Stone Forest Town is in one of the maps closest to Black Ridge Town. If those monsters head over to Stone Forest Town, we'll have an interesting show to watch. Many players were merrily discussing the monster town on the forums. At the same time, the various large guilds also suddenly realized that something joyous was going to happen. If those monsters really continued extending their reach into the vicinity, it was only a matter of time before Stone Forest Town encountered trouble. Chapter 1030, Magic Tower completed. The news of the Monster Crusade failure spread rapidly throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Immediately after, the safety of Stone Forest Town also became a topic of discussion. Many players were delighted at this situation, particularly the members of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. They never thought that even the game would side with them. As long as Zero Wing lost its possession of Stone Forest Town, the guild would lose a major source of income. Afterwards, with the capital their guilds possessed, they could easily crush Zero Wing. Moreover, to fan the flames, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial started deliberately purchasing the Candlelight trading firm's light stones in bulk and selling them together with the light stones they produced cheaply, quickly solving their shop's shortage of light stones. Although this would increase the Candlelight trading firm's income in the short term as well as incur losses for their own guilds, doing so would encourage Candlelight's customers to gradually transition to shopping at the Heavenly Trading Firm and Blackwater Trading Firm in the long run. Due to this sudden development, the elite players originally planning to join Zero Wing started hesitating. After Aqua Rose received word of this development, she immediately conducted her own investigation. The joy she felt from successfully recruiting Alluring Summer vanished in an instant. Following which, Aqua Rose contacted Xiaofan, saying, "Guild leader, this is our overall situation as of now." In less than an hour since news of the crusade failing had spread, the Candlelight trading firm's sales of the light stones had increased by nearly 5 times. As a consequence, both the Heavenly and Blackwater trading firms had managed to plunder the popularity Candlelight had garnered through the advanced mana armor kits. As for the number of players trying to join Zero Wing, that had directly fallen by half. This was not good news for Zero Wing, which was currently in urgent need of manpower. Blackwater and Heaven's Burial sure are good. Only they would dare to do something like this. Xiaofan could not help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the Candlelight trading firm's income and traffic situation. "Guild leader, you're still in the mood to joke around? If they really start mass-producing light stones, we will be in so much trouble," Aqua Rose said, pouting. "Moreover, you've also seen for yourself how bad Stone Forest Town's situation is by now. Based on our investigations, those monsters' numbers are continuously increasing. Current estimates put them at over 100,000 already. Moreover, they've also begun spreading out. It won't be long before they come attacking Stone Forest Town." Xiaofan took a look at the report sent over by Aqua Rose. In one of the video recordings, he had spotted a familiar figure. This figure was none other than the one-horned humanoid monster. Only, it had improved significantly compared to when he first saw it. At this point, it had already reached level 53. Its HP had undergone a qualitative transformation as well, rising from being over 1 million to 6 million. Now, the humanoid monster was at the standard of a level 50 lord. Back then, it had only been at the standard of a level 40 chieftain. Its improvement speed was truly terrifying. Fortunately, these one-horned monsters were very few. The majority of the monster army consisted of level 50 to level 60 wild beast-type monsters. Their intelligence and combat standards were clearly beneath the humanoid monsters. Even so, these wild beasts already possessed the combat standards of ordinary players. This situation was a disaster for ordinary players. If these monsters continued developing, Xiaofan did not doubt that the entire Star Moon Kingdom would fall into danger. Since the Blackwater Corporation wants to hit us while we're down, let's fulfill their wishes. Any player who purchases 2 or more stacks of light stones will have to pay 2 silver per light stone. If players only buy 1 stack, they'll receive the normal rate of 80 copper per piece, Xiaofan said, chuckling. As for those monsters, just ignore them for now. We'll continue doing what we need to do. It still isn't certain who will have the last laugh. If this situation had happened before he had obtained the magic tower design, he really would have worried about those monsters, which were nurtured by the evil god's temple. Now, however, things were different. As long as Stone Forest Town's magic tower got constructed, aside from NPC cities and some of the more fortified NPC towns, Stone Forest Town would definitely be the safest place in Star Moon Kingdom. If the monsters from the evil god's temple were to spread throughout the entire Star Moon City region, the one crying tears of regret at that time definitely would not be him. Are we really going to ignore them? Aqua Rose was still very worried. Although she knew that Zero Wing still had other sources of income, the magic crystal income of Stone Forest Town was very important to them. Without a supply of magic crystals, the guild's development would very quickly come to a standstill. Relax, Xiaofan said confidently. The magic tower was no trifling matter. Otherwise, it would have never become the mainstream defensive building in God's domain. Time passed quickly. After spending most of his day working, Xiaofan finally completed the construction of the magic tower. The instant the tower was done, Xiaofan's EXP rose tremendously. His forging proficiency also increased directly by 500 points. To an advanced forger like Xiaofan, raising his proficiency by even a single point was a very difficult task. He needed to make multiple advanced items for that to happen. Normally, an advanced forger would have to spend the entire day working in order to gain 500 proficiency. At the same time as the construction was completed, the magic tower, which he had situated in the center of Stone Forest Town, released a blue pulse that gave everyone within the town the feeling they were under observation. What's this thing? Players throughout the town quickly noticed the lofty magic tower. At the top of the tower sat a gigantic crystal glowing a faint blue. The crystal was like the moon illuminating the night sky. This scene piqued everyone's curiosity about the tower. Previously, while Xiaofan was building the magic tower, a layer of fog had shrouded the tower itself and the area around it. Others couldn't see what was going on beyond the fog. They only knew that something was under construction. After seeing this tall building, everyone was fascinated by the magic tower's appearance. Meanwhile, Xiaofan himself was currently standing atop the magic tower, one hand resting on the giant crystal. He then started activating the magic tower. The magic tower had a total of 3 functions. The first function was attacking distant targets. The power of the magic tower's attacks rivaled that of the basic mana pulse cannon. However, unlike the latter, the magic tower's attacks had a very short cooldown, roughly similar to that of defense turrets. The second function was reconnaissance. The tower was capable of locating any target within a 10,000-yard radius. The third function was also the favorite function of the various large guilds, mana density improvement. The Magic Tower's mana density improving capabilities were far from comparable to those of a mana tower, which could be constructed only in cities. The total effectiveness of 5 Magic Towers was not even 1/3 of that of a mana tower. Even so, this result was already plenty good for a town. After all, the process of promoting a town to a city was a long and arduous one. The Magic Tower was equivalent to a transitional building. System, do you wish to activate the Magic Tower? Activating the tower will cost 1,000 magic crystals, while maintaining the tower's mana gathering function for a day will cost 500 magic crystals. Activate. Xiaofan clicked the Activate button without hesitation. Chapter 1031, When water rises, the boat rises with it. After Xiaofan tapped on the semi-transparent light blue screen before him, 1,500 magic crystals instantly disappeared from his bag. Immediately, the gigantic crystal atop the Magic Tower released a dazzling light blue beam that shot 400 yards into the air before bursting apart and spreading over the entire stone forest town like an opened umbrella. This spectacular sight stunned all the players within the town. What's going on? Is Zero Wing setting up a magic barrier? Everyone could not help but start discussing the Magic Tower. However, while most people were chatting, a few expert players with sharp senses suddenly discovered that the density of the ambient mana was actually rising gradually. Are you guys feeling it? The mana density in the town seems to be rising. Yeah, now that you mention it, my mind does feel a lot clearer than before. Wait, take a look at your status windows. There's an extra buff in mine. As experts voiced their findings in surprise one after another, more and more players also noticed the changes that had occurred to the town. When someone mentioned the appearance of a buff in their status window, everyone promptly called out their status windows as well. Ample mana state stamina and concentration recovery improved significantly. Player will be able to maintain a clear state of mind at all times while in this state. This buff is too amazing. Hooray, Zero Wing. Ha ha ha. This is too awesome. My current recovery rate already rivals the recovery rate inside a hotel. With this, I won't have to rest in a hotel anymore. What a fool. I just came out from a hotel. Resting in one is way better. Not only is the recovery rate there faster, but as long as you rest for 5 hours, once you exit from the ample mana state, your EXP acquisition rate will be 30% higher for 2 hours. If you rest for 10 hours, you get 4 hours worth of 30% bonus EXP. What? That amazing? You'll know once you go test it out. I have to work during the day, so I'll definitely have to rest over 10 hours in a hotel. With this, I won't have to worry about falling behind in levels. After the players in the town realized the effects of the Magic Tower, many of them couldn't hold back their excitement and started cheering loudly in the streets. The majority of the players in Stone Forest Town were independent players. Unlike guild players, who had guild residences, they did not have the opportunity to accumulate the double EXP buff. Hence, independent players generally lagged behind guild players in levels. However, as many independent players disliked the restrictive rules of guilds, they would rather level up at a slower pace than join a guild. That way, they could enjoy a free and comfortable lifestyle as well as the exciting adventures God's domain had to offer. However, now that they could also enjoy an EXP increase buff by resting in hotels, how could they not get excited? With this, they could have their freedom and level up quickly at the same time. The originally bustling hotels suddenly became jammed with players. Every independent player in town had rushed to the nearest hotel in the hopes of renting a room for themselves. Previously, everyone had angrily cursed at the hotel rates of Stone Forest Town were daylight robbery, as the town was charging nearly triple that of other places, and only by paying with magic crystals would they receive the normal rate. Now, however, everyone thought nothing of it. Instead, they felt that this price was a bargain. After all, after resting for 10 hours, one would have a 30% increased EXP acquisition rate for 4 hours. Crap, this is a scam. I'm already using magic crystals to pay, so why are the rates still triple the normal hotel rates? If you can't afford it, get lost. Can't you see that there's still a bunch of people waiting to rent a room? Ha ha ha. Luckily, I was smart enough to rent a room for 10 days before this situation happened. I've saved a fortune this time. Currently, every hotel within Stone Forest Town was packed with independent players. Although many were disgruntled at the price markup, the 30% EXP buff was just too important. Hence, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and rent a room. Moreover, every player would rent for at least 10 days. Otherwise, when demand for the hotel rooms skyrocketed in the future, they might not get an opportunity to rent one. Guild leader, this magic tower is simply amazing. It's only been a few minutes, but every hotel in Stone Forest Town is already at capacity. Right now, many players are even complaining that there are too few hotels in town and are demanding that we build more, Blackie reported, smiling. Originally, renting a room for a day in one of Stone Forest Town's hotels cost only 50 copper. Now, even after jacking up the price to 1 silver, 50 copper, the many hotels in town still could not keep up with demand. Moreover, this price was for transactions in magic crystals. If players were using coins, they would have to pay 3 silver per day. Ignore the matters regarding the hotels for now. Prioritize constructing a battle arena. That's where the money will really come from, Xiaofan said, shaking his head. Although hotels seem to be very profitable, in reality, these establishments did not earn a lot of money. Hotels simply took up too much space. Moreover, Zero Wing would only gross a maximum of 1 silver, 50 copper per day from each player. After deducting the cost of hiring NPCs to manage the hotels, the guild was earning roughly 1 silver, 20 copper from each player. Currently, the hotels in Stone Forest Town could accommodate a maximum of 20,000 people only. In other words, Zero Wing could earn 240 gold per day at most through the hotels, a large sum of money to ordinary large guilds, but to Zero Wing, this was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, 20,000 players were not even 1/10 of Stone Forest Town's population. Even so, the current number of hotels occupied over half of the town's lands. Originally, the reason why Xiaofan had constructed so many cheap hotels was to earn magic crystals. However, now that he had the magic tower, there was another building that could earn him even more money, the battle arena. The battle arena was a place where players could fight against each other. Due to the magic tower, the mana density in the entire town had increased. This situation would be of great assistance to players, just like in the trial tower of the Divine Colosseum. Under the effects of Stone Forest Town's environment, players could maintain a very clear state of mind. Fighting under such a state would be of great help in improving their strength. However, inside a player-constructed town, PvP was prohibited. The only place players could fight against each other in a town was at a battle arena. When the time came, the 200,000 or so players residing in Stone Forest Town would definitely head to the battle arena to improve themselves through PvP. At that time, the money Zero Wing could earn through the battle arena would no doubt far surpass the income they were currently making from the hotels. I'll get it done right away. Blackie's eyes glowed when he heard Xiaofan's explanation. At the same time, the matter regarding Stone Forest Town gradually spread throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. As a result, independent players who were tempted to head to the Undead Gorge started having second thoughts. Getting 4 hours of 30% increased EXP acquisition rate was no laughing matter, particularly for independent elite and expert players. This was a rare opportunity to level up quicker. If utilized properly, even if they could not completely catch up to guild players, at the very least, they wouldn't be left too far behind. Star Moon City, Blackwater's residence. Damn it! To think Zero Wing would still have such a move. Abandoned Wave's expression turned very ugly when he received the news regarding Stone Forest Town. At this rate, the more time they wasted, the more troublesome Zero Wing would become. At the same time, his heart was also filled with sheer envy, and he grew even more impatient to obtain Stone Forest Town. Following which, he looked at the subordinates standing beside him and commanded, "Immediately notify Singular Burial's side. Tell them that there's a change of plans. We're going to take action ahead of time." Chapter 1032, Independent Players' Holy Land. The several upper echelons inside Blackwater's guild leader's office were shocked and they heard Abandoned Wave's command. Though, they could understand Abandoned Wave's train of thought. Stone Forest Town's latest transformation made it all the more tempting. Stone Forest Town had been, at most, a tool that Blackwater could use to defeat Zero Wing, but now, the town was a mountain of gold and silver that could massively help Blackwater's establishment in God's domain. To current guilds, magic crystals were incredibly important. If a guild wanted to nurture and improve its members' techniques quickly, sending them to the Divine Colosseum's trial tower was undoubtedly the fastest way. In order to do so, they needed magic crystals. Unfortunately, magic crystals were too difficult to procure. Even with the massive wealth and connections the Blackwater Corporation possessed, they could only procure a limited amount. In the end, the guild could only supply its experts and a small number of elite members with magic crystals. In Blackwater, there was no lack of talented players. As long as they had enough magic crystals, they could nurture large groups of experts as they wished. Now that Stone Forest Town's mana density had increased and players could acquire a 30% EXP buff from the town's hotels, the town would attract swarms of independent players. Unlike when these players' choices of leveling areas had been limited, now, they could go to Stone Forest Town if they wanted to level quickly. The sooner Blackwater took control of Stone Forest Town, the sooner it could officially start its conquest of God's domain. Boss Wave, we still have a lot of preparation. If we take action now, it might be difficult to take down Stone Forest Town, Laughing Drunkard advised. Moreover, Big Sis Ling has set out to negotiate with Pantheon. If Pantheon agrees to lend us their experts, it will be easy to take the town. We don't need to be in such a hurry. You're right. I was a little impatient, Abandoned Wave admitted as he took in a deep breath. He then laughed and said, I was still angry about Zero Wing's actions. Now, however, it would seem that I should thank them. They've even gone ahead and sent me a gift in their final moments. Let's give them another 2 days to live, then. However, you should head to Stone Forest Town and investigate the new building. The town's sudden transformation is definitely related to that tower. I want to know how we can construct one for ourselves as soon as possible. He had been somewhat impatient. The sealing magic array in the Stoneclaw Mountains was still incomplete. Without it, capturing Stone Forest Town would be quite difficult. However, once the magic array was complete and they persuaded the Super Guild Pantheon, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to hold the town, regardless of the guild's capabilities. As Blackwater planned to wait for the sealing magic array's completion, the independent players throughout Star Moon Kingdom were in an uproar. As a result, many major companies, which had doubted Zero Wing's future, began to regret their decisions. Due to the magic tower, Stone Forest Town's potential and value had increased exponentially. To companies like theirs, nothing was more important than sufficient players. Initially, they had been certain that Stone Forest Town's player population would never be high enough. However, things had changed. With the town's favorable environment, it was only a matter of time before its population multiplied by several times. If they set up a virtual store in Stone Forest Town, their businesses would definitely gain a following. If their companies could occupy a portion of the virtual market ahead of their competition, they would have a brighter future in God's domain. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Xiaofan. Happily, she said, Guild leader, some of the companies that were hesitating have contacted me stating that they want to discuss cooperation with you. Previously, she had worried that Xiaofan had been too arrogant and that none of the companies would be willing to work with them. Now, however, over 20 companies had contacted her. Moreover, every one of these companies was far more powerful than the few that had tried to take advantage of their predicament. Oh. They sure are quick to decide. Unfortunately, there are still matters that demand my attention. Arrange a meeting with them for 4 hours from now in White River City's candlelight trading firm, Xiaofan instructed her after some thought. It had been quite some time since Blackwater had annexed Ouroboros. This should be the best time to purchase the guild's training center. If he waited any longer, something unexpected might happen. Previously, he had learned a lot about the training center from Gentle Snow. He had to admit that Ouroboros was indeed a veteran first-rate guild. The fact that the guild had dominated multiple virtual reality games over the years was not without reason. Its training center alone was impressive. Not only was the training center fully equipped with everything a guild needed to nurture expert players, but it was also larger than the Big Dipper training center. Moreover, the training center had been built in the downtown area of a first-tier city with an extremely large population. Every inch of that real estate was probably worth its weight in gold. If not for Gentle Snow holding a considerable amount of the training center's shares, which allowed her to mark down the price, he wouldn't have been able to get his hands on it, even if he paid double. Ah, right. Guild leader, one more thing. It seems Phoenix Rain has gotten wind of this and wishes to join the discussion as well. Should we invite her? Aqua Rose asked. Phoenix Rain? Xiaofan was slightly surprised. He then said, all right, call her. Phoenix Rain was a pavilion master in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She should have considerable status in the real world, too. The fact that Phoenix Rain had qualified to send a battle team into the Dark Arena showed that the power backing her was extraordinary. She clearly had her own, abundant wealth. Her interest in these negotiations was nothing but good news for Xiaofan. Elsewhere, a 50-man team fought a pack of level 45 grassland ice wolves in a grassy field. There were over 200 of these elite-ranked ice wolves with a level 45 chieftain leading the pack. However, this group gradually exterminated these elite monsters like a well-oiled machine. Even against a level 45 chieftain, the leading level 40 guardian knight tanked the boss by himself. Boss, I heard that we can get a 4-hour 30% EXP bonus buff by resting in Stone Forest Town. Should our Snowfall team head there? Stone Forest Town is very close to the Stoneclaw Mountains. With the 30% EXP buff, we'll level faster in the dungeon than out here in the field. We can reach level 40 sooner than planned. Moreover, with our adventurer team's strength, grinding monsters in the dungeon's inner area shouldn't be a problem. We'd be better off going to the Stoneclaw Mountains than the Undead Gorge. That's right, leader. Snowfall is one of Starmoon Kingdom's top adventurer teams. If we let the newer adventurer teams catch up to us, we'll become a laughingstock. Alright, Snowfall will continue our development in Stone Forest Town, then. After the news about Stone Forest Town spread, the various powerful adventurer teams across Starmoon Kingdom began to make their way towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. For a time, Stone Forest Town became a hub of the various adventurer teams. As the various adventurer teams and independent players headed towards Stone Forest Town, Xiaofan finished the town's battle arena in the center of town. The building already took up as much space as Zero Wing's residence, its 5-story height casting a shadow over the residence. One could say that it was the most majestic building in Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1033, Rise of Stone Forest Town. Xiaofan was satisfied with the finished battle arena. The battle arena had a total of 5 floors. This was Stone Forest Town's current limit. If he wished to construct it higher, it would have to occupy a larger area. However, Stone Forest Town was only a small town. There wasn't much room. Even so, the 5-story battle arena had been considerably costly to build. A single floor already cost 1,000 gold, and this did not include all the cost of the various decorations and props. With the money he had spent on this 5-story building, he could have easily purchased a high-potential plot of land in a major city. Of the 5 floors, players could rent the combat rooms on the first 3 floors. Naturally, these rooms were more expensive than in NPC cities. After all, players could enjoy the ample mana state throughout the building. Hence, Xiaofan had set the rent at 1 silver per hour. While ordinary players might consider this a steep price, the independent players capable of reaching Stone Forest Town all possessed relatively high combat standards. This price should not be a problem for these players. As for the 4th floor, Xiaofan intended to use it to hold a weekly tournament. Champions would be awarded excellent weapons and equipment as well as coins. Xiaofan also intended to use this tournament to attract expert players. If the opportunity presented itself, he could recruit talented players through the tournament. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would charge spectators an entrance fee. Finally, the battle arena's 5th floor consisted of private rooms. There was also a tournament field. However, to participate in the 5th floor tournament, players had to rank within the top 5 in the 4th floor tournament. These players would also have access to the private rooms. Not only could players enjoy benefits similar to the town's hotels, but these private rooms were also much larger than usual hotel rooms. Players could also enjoy the view overlooking Stone Forest Town from their rooms. Meanwhile, unlike the 4th floor tournament, the 5th floor tournament would incorporate an elimination system. The 5th floor could only accommodate a maximum of 30 players. New arrivals could challenge the ranked players. Afterward, based on their weekly ranks, the top 30 players would get to remain on the 5th floor while the rest were disqualified. Also, the higher ranked a player was, the more benefits they enjoyed. Now that we've finished the construction, it's time to recruit some NPCs to manage this place. Xiaofan could not help his excitement as he gazed at the towering battle arena. In the past, many large guilds had constructed battle arenas as soon as they had their own magic towers in order to make a fortune. Unfortunately, Shadow had struggled to obtain a town of its own, much less construct a magic tower. By the time Shadow had its own magic tower, other guilds' battle arenas had become incredibly popular. Shadow had no hope of competing with them. This trend was similar to the real world's fighting competitions. Back then, the battle arenas had become hugely popular throughout God's domain. Due to this, the battle arenas had replaced the fighting competitions in the real world. Now, not only had Xiaofan obtained a magic tower so early into the game, but he also had a battle arena to go with it. With this, he could seize a share of this market before others. By the time he constructed his city, he could further expand his battle arena business. Unlike towns, he could construct mana towers in a city. Moreover, a city's buildings could be much taller. In the past, a super guild that had specifically constructed a massive tower meant for combat, the combat tower. Countless players had gone crazy over the combat tower. Many experts had even made a goal of reaching the tower's peak. If they could reach the top of the combat tower, guilds would instantly target them for recruitment. Even if they did not join a large guild, reaching the top of the combat tower would award them enough to enjoy a life of leisure for the rest of their days. Whether it was for fame or wealth, many players chose to challenge the combat tower. Now that Xiaofan had constructed his first battle arena, the first stage of his project was complete. Next, he needed to scale up this project. However, it was particularly difficult to ramp up such a large-scale project. Furthermore, the cost of constructing a building that stood over 100 stories tall was even enough to drive super guilds insane. Following which, Xiaofan used a return scroll and teleported to White River City, intending to search for management NPCs. Meanwhile, shortly after the battle arena was complete, it became the focal point of Stone Forest Town. Isn't this a battle arena? Why has Zero Wing constructed a battle arena here? Are you a fool? Don't you know that PvP is not allowed in player towns? Now that the town's mana density is so high, it would be a waste not to spar. I wonder when the arena will open to the public? I want to try it out. Hopefully, it won't be too expensive. The town's players discussed the battle arena excitedly. To players who had experienced the trial tower, they knew that the denser the environmental mana was, the stronger they would be in a fight. They would be able to improve their techniques faster. After all, not everyone possessed extraordinary concentration. A mana-rich environment could help players maintain a high degree of concentration. Only, the cost of using the Divine Colosseum's trial tower was too high. Each challenge cost 1 magic crystal. Even elite players could not afford such an expenditure. However, it was a different story for a player-constructed battle arena. As the establishment was intended for public use, the fees wouldn't be as high as the trial tower. Moreover, unlike the trial tower, players could conduct PvP matches with other players in the battle arena. Their development in the battle arena might not be any slower than in the trial tower. For a time, news about Stone Forest Town's battle arena gradually spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Players who had not been particularly interested in Stone Forest Town began to change their minds. There were all sorts of players in God's domain. Some loved adventuring, some loved fighting, some loved leveling up, and some only had money on their minds. However, all of these players shared one common interest: combat standards. Even expert players found it difficult to endure the Divine Colosseum's prices. Generally, only guild players with the support of their guilds could afford to play there. As for NPC cities' underground arenas, while one could gain some combat experience from fighting there, fighting for long periods would easily cause one to lose focus. When that happened, players needed to take a break and rest. The ample mana state just so happened to make up for this flaw. There is no stopping Zero Wing now. How great would it be if I were a member of Zero Wing? If that were the case, traveling to the battle arena would be more convenient. Suddenly, more and more players wanted to travel to Stone Forest Town. Seeing this, the several major companies that had broken off their discussions with Zero Wing regretted their decision even more. When they heard the news, these companies immediately sent new representatives to contact Aqua Rose, claiming that the previous representatives had declined Zero Wing's offer without the company's consent and had thus been fired. They also expressed their wishes to re-enter negotiations with Zero Wing. These companies had looked down on Zero Wing with contempt, thinking that Blackwater's victory over the guild was certain. However, even now, Blackwater couldn't touch Zero Wing. The most it could do was whittle Zero Wing down. However, now that Zero Wing had a gold mine like Stone Forest Town, it was practically impossible for Blackwater to weaken Zero Wing with its minor harassments. As everyone discussed Stone Forest Town, Xiaofan finally returned to White River City. Chapter 1034, Crimson Emperor. Upon returning to White River City, Xiaofan discovered that the number of players teleporting into the city had increased, particularly the members of other guilds. All around, he could see guild players. Moreover, they were extraordinarily high-leveled, with the lowest being level 39 and the team leaders being level 40 experts at the very least. This situation confused Xiaofan slightly. However, he quickly shook the thought out of his head. Right now, hiring NPC managers for the battle arena had utmost importance. To avoid attention, he took an advanced horse carriage to the Adventurers Association. Shortly after Xiaofan left the teleportation hall, a team of 20 players appeared inside. These players each wore an emblem shaped like a crimson flame. The lowest leveled player among them was level 40. The equipment they wore also radiated the glowing effects unique to dark gold equipment. The white-haired man standing at the head of the group was even a level 41 Guardian Knight, whose appearance suggested that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The man carried a diamond-shaped shield with a dragon printed on it slung on his back and a blood-red longsword inserted inside the shield. Despite this longsword clearly being a one-handed sword, the width of its guard was wider than the man's shoulders, while the length of its hilt matched a two-handed sword's. Combined with the blade, the sword was nearly as tall as he was. Seen from afar, the man appeared to wield a bloody cross. As he stood in the spacious teleportation hall, he was extremely conspicuous. Yet, despite the eye-catching composition of this team of 20, everyone who saw this team would almost immediately shift their gazes away, not daring to take a second look. The reason for such a reaction was these players' emblem, which indicated they belonged to the Dark Knight Empire's veteran super first-rate guild, Crimson Emperor. Crimson Emperor was also the ruler of the Dark Knight Empire. No guild in the entire empire dared to make an enemy of it. The Guardian Knight leading the team was even head and shoulders above his team members. He was Crimson Emperor's top 5 Guardian Knight, Cuttlefish, also known as the Iron Wall, and someone who had witnessed Crimson Emperor's gradual growth from an ordinary guild into the super first-rate guild it was today. At this time, a middle-aged man on the team looked towards the leading Guardian Knight and asked, "Uncle Cuttlefish, we were in the middle of raiding a Hell Mode large-scale team dungeon. Why did you suddenly call us to come all the way over here? I've also just received a notice about this from the guild. It seems that some ancient ruins were found at the Twin Towers Kingdom. Currently, all guilds that have received news about it have already dispatched teams. Crimson Emperor naturally cannot let this opportunity pass, either," Cuttlefish replied. Although he was already an old man in his 60s, his voice was just like a young man's, filled with energy. "Ancient ruins?" An elegant and slim female elementalist asked curiously, "Is there something special about those ruins? Is there really a need for us main force members to take action as well?" "That's right. The ancient ruins discovered are like a huge maze. It is massive inside, however, only teams of 20 are allowed. After entering, teams are immediately teleported to an area with monsters that have a chance of dropping a kind of slate fragment. Those who complete a set can exchange for a mount inside the maze. Based on what we know so far, there are even mysterious iron mounts available for exchange. Moreover, this was only in the outer area. Currently, the various guilds are frantically fighting over the monsters inside. It is very difficult to enter the ancient ruins. The requirement for personal strength is extremely high. For efficiency's sake, the guild leader is sending us to pioneer the way," Cuttlefish explained. Everyone else on the team immediately gaped in shock upon hearing this. The importance of mounts to a guild went without saying. Just the number of bronze mounts Crimson Emperor obtained was not even enough for the guild's internal experts, much less mysterious iron mounts. Yet, now, they could obtain mysterious iron mounts just by grinding in the outer area of some ancient ruins. Naturally, the upper echelons would freak out over this opportunity. However, before we head to the ruins, we need to establish a stronghold in White River City. So, Poisoned, you'll be responsible for visiting Zero Wing's residents and negotiating with them. Based on our investigations, Zero Wing has purchased the several plots of land around the teleportation house. Tell them that Crimson Emperor is interested in purchasing one. As for everyone else, split up and purchase some potions and scrolls," Cuttlefish instructed. "Uncle Cuttlefish, Zero Wing is just an upstart guild. Is there a need for Poison to make a special trip there? We are Crimson Emperor. If we want to buy a worthless plot of land, won't it be a done deal so long as we say the word?" a level 40 assassin asked in a somewhat displeased tone. Crimson Emperor was a veteran super first-rate guild. Nobody in the virtual gaming world did not know about it. The various guilds in the Dark Knight Empire also feared it greatly. Now, their guild simply wanted to purchase a worthless plot of land, yet they, members of Crimson Emperor's main force, were actually sent to handle the negotiations. This was making a mountain out of a molehill. If things could really be settled with just a word, I wouldn't have poisoned head over either. Cuttlefish could not help but smile bitterly. All right, enough. Poisoned, you head over and negotiate with Zero Wing. Make sure to pay attention to your attitude when negotiating with them. If they really won't sell, then there's no need to force the matter. God's Domain is unlike any other virtual reality game that has existed in the past. I believe that you guys have felt it as well. The waters in this game are much deeper than they appear to be. There is naturally a reason for Zero Wing being able to become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. The female elementalist named Poisoned Wine silently nodded her head. Inwardly, though, she, too, felt that Cuttlefish was making too much of Zero Wing. Inside the Adventurers Association, Shifeng directly switched to his Spirit Slayer title and walked up to the front counter. Upon seeing Shifeng, the blonde receptionist with green eyes immediately received him with great respect. "Lord Spirit Slayer, how may I be of service to you today?" the NPC receptionist asked respectfully. "I wish to hire some advanced managers," Shifeng replied. "All right, then. Please follow me to the VIP room on the second floor. We'll bring the related documents over to you right away." The NPC receptionist bowed before leading Shifeng up to the second floor. This scene immediately stupefied the players who had come to the establishment to receive quests. Who is that person? He actually got the receptionist beauty to escort him. Even a viscount of the city doesn't get to enjoy such treatment. That person is surely a top-tier expert. It would be great if I could get to know him. The players inside the main hall watched Shifeng enviously as he walked upstairs. Shortly after Shifeng arrived at the VIP room on the second floor, the NPC receptionist handed a file to him. The 4-star treatment really is fantastic. After taking just a glance at the first page of the file, Shifeng was shocked. In God's Domain, players who wanted to hire advanced NPCs could do so only through the Adventurers Association. However, there were differences between advanced NPCs, with some possessing higher intelligence and some lower. The higher the intelligence an NPC possessed, the more human-like they would be. NPC managers with higher intelligence would be able to manage their tasks more effectively. Some NPCs even possessed management skills that were superior to players. They were also more professional. Take Anna for example. Her intelligence was truly extreme. She could easily manage the entire Starstreak trading firm all by herself. However, NPC managers on Anna's level could be encountered only with luck. Shifeng had chanced upon Anna due entirely to a quest. Normally, encountering such an NPC was impossible. Generally, NPCs with more than 50 wisdom could already serve as considerably good managers, while NPCs whose wisdom reached 60 points were quite remarkable already. As for NPCs with 70 wisdom, only Tier 2 mages could achieve that standard. In the past, among the managers Shifeng had met, even the one with the highest wisdom had only 73 points in the attribute. Moreover, that NPC had already been considerably advanced in age. Even so, Shifeng had been quite excited when he found that old man. Back then, the old man had been able to manage an auction house single-handedly with perfect order. Now, however, among the 30 NPCs listed on the first page, Shifeng could see more than 10 with over 60 wisdom. Among them, there was even one with 71 wisdom, and this was only the first page. The file the NPC receptionist had handed him had over 100 pages. Chapter 1035, Times Have Changed. Before Shifeng realized it, he had already spent half an hour inside the serene and elegant lounge, reading through the files. The more he read, the more shocked he felt. High-wisdom NPCs, which were usually difficult to encounter, were now available to him in the thousands. Xiaofan had even found an NPC with 80 wisdom. If not for the main god system stipulating that NPCs hired from the Adventurers Association could not be made into players' personal guards, Xiaofan would very much have considered taking all these NPCs back with him to form an army of personal guards. "I'll choose these 10, then." After Xiaofan was done going through the name list, he selected the names of 10 advanced NPCs. 9 had over 70 wisdom, while 1 had 82 wisdom. In God's domain, an 82 wisdom NPC's intelligence was already equivalent to that of a Tier 3 NPC. Although Xiaofan still wished to hire more, he had already reached his hiring limit. A small-sized town could hire at most 10 advanced NPCs. Moreover, hiring advanced NPCs was not a simple task. Unlike ordinary NPCs, which could be hired without limit and would only cost 2 gold coins a month in wages, one had to satisfy not only the salary demanded by these NPCs but also their conditions. Just the conditions of the 82 wisdom NPC Xiaofan had pointed out could choke an ordinary guild to death. This was because said NPC actually demanded a salary of 10 gold coins per day. Xiaofan also needed to pay a 1-month deposit in advance. In addition, the shop the NPC managed had to have at least 500 other workers. To an ordinary shop, having around 20 NPCs managing it would already be more than enough. One could run more than a dozen shops with 500 NPCs, fulfilling this condition would be impossible for a single, ordinary shop. Fortunately, Xiaofan was running a large-scale battle arena. He needed to hire a lot of ordinary NPCs to run the establishment. Otherwise, there would be no way to cope with the large number of players visiting the arena every day. After Xiaofan confirmed his choices, the NPC beauty beside him happily tallied the bill and very quickly provided him with a figure, saying, "Lord Spirit Slayer, you have chosen to hire 10 advanced managers and 500 normal managers. You will need to pay a 1-month deposit for all of them. The total is 4,000 gold. Once you complete the payment, we will have them sent to Stone Forest Town within an hour. May I know if Lord Spirit Slayer has any other requests?" "That will be all." Xiaofan nodded. He then paid the 4,000 gold deposit, his heart feeling a slight sting. The average level of players had risen considerably by now, and the money they could earn was much higher than before. However, copper coins still possessed quite a significant purchasing power, not to mention gold coins. Most likely, there was not a single guild in the entire God's domain that was as generous as himself, directly spending 4,000 gold to hire NPCs to manage just a single establishment. However, Xiaofan knew that this was a necessary expenditure. It was simply impossible for players to keep up with the management of a battle arena. After Xiaofan was done hiring the NPCs, he checked the time. Seeing as there was not much time left before his meeting with the representatives of those major companies, he promptly left the Adventurers Association and took an advanced horse carriage to the Candlelight Trading Firm. Inside the VIP room on the Candlelight Trading Firm's 7th floor. The representatives of the various major companies had already been waiting here for quite some time now. However, none of them showed any signs of indignation. On the contrary, expressions of shock filled their faces. At this point, White River City was the most populous city in Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Candlelight Trading Firm was situated in the central business district of White River City. Aside from NPC-run establishments, the Candlelight Trading Firm's building was the tallest one in this area. From the top floor of the building, their view of the city streets was unobstructed. They felt as if they were kings overlooking the entire city. However, this unique scenery was still only secondary when compared to the report they had just received. During this period, the number of players residing in Stone Forest Town had already hit the 500,000 mark. In the future, that number was sure to double. A player population of 1 million was equivalent to the population of a major NPC city. If they could set up a virtual store in this bustling town, said store would definitely have no lack of customers. The only problem was that Stone Forest Town was too small. If the town were a medium-sized town, then that would be perfect. However, Stone Forest Town's protection period had ended just recently. The town was only beginning to attract NPCs. It would still take a considerable amount of time to get promoted. Furthermore, Zero Wing was simply asking for too much money. With 1 billion credits, these major companies could establish a large guild of their own or invest into a second-rate guild. With the latter option, they could even obtain a considerable number of shares. By cooperating with Zero Wing, however, they would only get priority in investing into a town. They would only receive a guarantee that they could directly rent a golden land in one of the towns Zero Wing captured. The rent of these lands would be gradually deducted from this 1 billion deposit. This condition was truly a little outrageous. Of course, after they signed the agreement, if they did not wish to continue renting land from Zero Wing, they could get back their remaining deposit after half a year. However, the representatives of the various major companies still intended to negotiate this price. After all, the current situation in Star Moon Kingdom was not particularly stable. There was also the Blackwater Guild persistently plotting against Zero Wing. Hence, they intended to use this opportunity to reduce the price. Just as everyone was pondering how they should go about negotiating with Zero Wing, the doors to the lounge suddenly opened. A woman with an extraordinary figure walked into the room. Although she had hidden her face with a black cloak, judging from her graceful figure, her countenance was no doubt heavenly as well. Could this beauty be trying to cooperate with Zero Wing as well? Everyone in the room immediately started quietly discussing this beauty's identity among themselves. However, they very quickly discovered that this woman's seat was right next to the seat of honor. One could just imagine how much importance Zero Wing placed on this peerless beauty. Meanwhile, this peerless beauty was none other than Phoenix Rain. When Phoenix Rain entered the room, she, too, was momentarily surprised. She had never imagined that there would be so many companies interested in cooperating with Zero Wing. Moreover, these companies all possessed extraordinary backgrounds that rivaled even Aqua Rose's Sun and Moon group. After she entered, she also discovered that Aqua Rose had become significantly stronger. Although the Cursemancer had hidden her level, the aura she radiated was indubitable. In addition, Violet Cloud, who stood beside Aqua Rose, was even more amazing. Phoenix Rain herself felt a significant amount of danger coming from the young lady. As for Alluring Summer, on the other side of Aqua Rose, she, too, was relatively powerful. A level 41 elementalist could easily rank at the top of any guild. Moreover, Alluring Summer looked to be rather young, so she should still have great potential for growth. Is this really the Zero Wing I know? After Phoenix Rain observed Violet Cloud further, she suddenly noticed that the young lady's every motion looked very natural, and this discovery shocked her greatly. She had seen Violet Cloud fighting at the Dark Arena before. Although the young lady had not moved much at that time, Phoenix Rain could still tell that Violet Cloud had yet to reach the refinement realm. Nevertheless, after just a short time, Violet Cloud had gone directly from the half-step refinement realm into the refinement realm. Violet Cloud was clearly only a teenager, yet she had actually managed to reach the refinement realm at such a young age. If she were in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she would definitely be considered one of the pavilion's top geniuses and nurtured heavily. After all, even a genius like Blue Phoenix had not reached the refinement realm at Violet Cloud's age. Shortly after Phoenix Rain took her seat, Xiaofan entered through the doors, Chapter 1036, Zero Wing's Foundations. As soon as Xiaofan set foot inside the room, everyone there automatically shifted their gaze towards him. Currently, Xiaofan had already disguised himself as Black Flame using the demon mask. At this moment, he was dressed in pitch-black armor and wore a black cloak. Two dazzling, blood-red swords hung from his waist, glowing a faint red. The aura his body radiated resembled that of an unsheathed sword, sharp and dangerous. The feeling he gave off was as if it wasn't a human walking into the room but a demon that had just escaped the abyss. The atmosphere in the lounge instantly grew heavy upon his appearance. When Shifeng's gaze swept over the representatives of the various major companies, they instinctively lowered their heads, due to the mental oppression they felt, none of them daring to make eye contact. "He's Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame. Isn't he a little too strong?" Alluring Summer could not help but gasp upon seeing Shifeng. "He's practically a monster. Haven't I already told you this before?" "Our guild leader is very strong," Aqua Rose said somewhat pridefully. "As long as you develop yourself in Zero Wing, it is only a matter of time before you achieve that dream of yours." At this moment, Phoenix Rain's eyes had also widened in shock as she looked at Shifeng slowly walking over to her. Just how much has he improved again? During her last encounter with Shifeng, the latter only gave her the feeling of a sheathed sword. Now, however, his aura was entirely different. It was utterly overpowering, impressing on others the presence of a steamroller. Rather than calling him a player, he was practically a humanoid lord. Shifeng did not pay much attention to Phoenix Rain's shocked reaction. He had on the level 50 fine gold ranked magic light set equipment. His basic attributes were far superior to those using level 40 or level 45 dark gold equipment. After all, level 50 equipment was meant for tier 2 players. Phoenix Rain was naturally no match for him in terms of attributes. Not to mention, he also wielded a fragmented legendary item and multiple epic weapons and equipment. Strength-wise, he had long since surpassed Lord-ranked monsters of the same level. Hence, it was only normal for Phoenix Rain to feel a massive sense of oppression when he did not suppress his aura. However, Shifeng's grandiose entrance had made the various company representatives lose their composure. Now, they were no longer as confident as before. After taking his seat, Shifeng took another look at everyone present before saying straightforwardly, "Since you all wish to cooperate with Zero Wing, I believe you should have already read the agreement given to you, correct? If you have any problems, ask away. However, take note that Zero Wing will not make any changes to the conditions of cooperation, no matter what. Guild leader Black Flame, although Stone Forest Town indeed has excellent prospects, the conditions you require are simply excessive. You could even say that they are far above Stone Forest Town's potential value. Moreover, 1 billion is no small number. If we invest that kind of money into a second-rate guild, we can take control of a significant portion of said guild's shares. Hence, after a discussion among ourselves, we believe that 100 million credits should be a more suitable amount. This way, we'll have a much better time cooperating with each other in the future. After all, the current Stone Forest Town is only that big. Its value is extremely limited. There won't be a single company that will agree to your price of 1 billion. We hope that guild leader Black Flame can reconsider this matter. Our companies are sincerely trying to cooperate with Zero Wing." The representatives of the 20 major companies all expressed their reluctance to pay such a high deposit. Moreover, they also firmly believed that no company would foolishly agree to this condition. However, in order to get a head start in occupying the virtual market, their companies were still willing to pay a certain price. It seems you all are operating under a misconception. Zero Wing's offer of a 1 billion deposit is only the threshold for cooperation. In addition, Zero Wing is providing only 10 slots. This doesn't mean that anyone with 1 billion credits will qualify for this offer. Shifeng then chuckled and added, "If you are dissatisfied with this offer, Zero Wing won't try to force you into accepting it." Before everyone could refute his words, Shifeng took out an old book from his bag and placed it on the table. Staring at the book on the table, everyone was greatly confused at Shifeng's intentions. They then clicked to check the book's information. Magic Tower Design. Could this be Phoenix Rain immediately thought of the tower in Stone Forest Town upon seeing the name of this book. That's right. Just like you've surmised, the tower constructed in Stone Forest Town is indeed a magic tower. It is also the cause of Stone Forest Town's mana density increase, Xiaofan explained, smiling. I believe you all should have already seen for yourselves the effects of the magic tower, correct? Now, do you still think this 1 billion threshold is a little too high? Immediately, everyone in the room fell silent, shock plastered over their faces as they looked at the magic tower design. A hint of fanaticism gleamed in their eyes. Everyone had attributed the change in Stone Forest Town to the newly constructed tower. Hence, the people from the various large guilds as well as those from companies and corporations had immediately launched investigations into the tower. They all sought to obtain a magic tower for themselves. Unfortunately, they could not find any information regarding the magic tower whatsoever. They only knew that Zero Wing had built the tower. There were also rumors floating about that the magic tower might be a one-time use quest reward. Hence, Zero Wing had chosen to set up the tower at Stone Forest Town, using the opportunity to raise the town's value. However, they never imagined that players could actually build this thing. If Zero Wing could truly build as many magic towers as it wished and only needed to pay the production cost, then the guild's potential was indeed immense. In the future, as long as the guild captured a town, it could directly construct a magic tower in it and use the higher mana density in the town to attract large numbers of players. With this, Zero Wing would have another brand new Stone Forest Town. As for Stone Forest Town being too small, that would no longer pose a problem either. At that time, even obtaining a significant portion of the virtual market share would not be a dream for their companies. No wonder he's so confident. At this moment, Phoenix Rain was eyeing the magic tower design enviously. At the same time, she also felt fortunate that she had made this trip here. With the magic tower, trying to gather players and earning money would both be extremely easy to accomplish. Standing beside Xiaofan, Aqua Rose noticed the unflinching gazes of the various company representatives as well as their expressions, which stated that they would become Zero Wing's collaborator, no matter what. She nearly let out a laugh. Although Xiaofan had revealed the magic tower design, all everyone could see was the item's name. They could not open the book and view its actual contents. In the end, everyone had mistakenly believed that one could construct an unlimited number of magic towers with the design and did not know about the magic tower design's limitations. Of course, this could not be considered as Zero Wing being deceitful. This was simply a beautiful misunderstanding. Under the fanatic gazes of everyone, Xiaofan stored the magic tower design. Smiling, he said, "You've seen the item for yourselves. As for the qualifications for cooperation, 1 billion is the minimum requirement. Or to put it more precisely, 1 billion will only get you a plot of golden land in a town. Also, Zero Wing doesn't necessarily need 10 collaborators. If none of you have any problems, let's start the auction for the first slot." Chapter 1037, Insane Woman. Xiaofang's words caused another commotion in the room. None of the representatives had expected him to have such intentions from the very beginning. This sudden announcement truly caught them by surprise. The various company representatives, who were originally sitting close together, immediately started eyeing the people next to them, a wary expression appearing on their faces. At the same time, they were also secretly contacting the directors of their companies, hoping to get a quick reply from them. Nobody present was a fool. They knew just how much was at stake here. Just the value of a single town with a magic tower could practically rival that of 8 player-owned towns. Moreover, capturing 8 towns was easier said than done. Even if one managed to seize so many towns, the investments needed to develop these towns were not something an ordinary large guild could support. Most likely, only entities like super guilds would be able to operate 8 towns simultaneously at this stage of the game. However, buying a plot of land in the towns owned by super guilds was nigh impossible for their companies. That was no longer a problem that could be solved with enough money. Super guilds operated differently from ordinary large guilds. They were playing virtual reality games with the intention of monopolizing a large share of the virtual industry and were more than capable of doing so. Hence, why would they want to split their profits with someone else? On the other hand, Zero Wing only needed to capture one town to gain the economic benefits of 8 towns. If their companies could gain priority in investing in Zero Wing's towns, they might be able to establish themselves in God's domain's virtual industry. How could they possibly let this opportunity get away? Seeing Xiaofan remaining silent for some time after his announcement, Aqua Rose could not help but ask softly, "Guild leader, are you still not going to start the auction? Wait a little. There's no need to rush this matter. We'll let them digest this information first. When the time comes, they'll compete with even greater ferocity," Xiaofan replied, smiling as he looked at the company representatives busy contacting their superiors. Originally, this matter of cooperation had been relatively urgent. He had even made plans to risk exposing the city building order just to gather enough funds to purchase Ouroboros's training center. The existence of a training center was simply too important to a guild. This relevance was akin to that of the current dojos. The experts nurtured in dojos would go on to participate in all sorts of competitions. Training centers were similar in this respect, where the experts nurtured in training centers would go on to participate in all sorts of virtual competitions. The only difference was that virtual competitions possessed much greater influence and competitiveness. Moreover, if Xiaofan had his own training center, he could do things much more conveniently. He would have less to worry about in other matters. Most importantly, he could recruit and nurture members en masse rather than in limited numbers. He could also attract many more people to Zero Wing. This was also one of the reasons why super guilds would never have a lack of recruits each year. After all, nobody would wish to spend their entire life fighting for a half-dead guild that did not even have a proper workplace in the real world. Due to this reason, second- and third-rate guilds would often be a flash in the pan in the virtual gaming world, while first-rate guilds and above remained as steady as a mountain in the industry. After Xiaofan waited for a short while, the various company representatives finally completed their tasks. They then turned to look at Xiaofan, their eyes filled with appreciation for his patience. "It seems you all have prepared yourselves already. Let's begin, then," Xiaofan said after getting silent confirmation from everyone present. "The starting bid for the first cooperation spot is priced at 1 billion credits. Every increment must be no less than 10 million. 1 billion, 20 million. 1 billion, 30 million. 1 billion, 40 million. At this moment, the various company representatives no longer hesitated as they began frantically calling out bids one after another. There were only 10 slots available. Even in the best-case scenario, only 10 companies could cooperate with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, there were 20 companies present. If some companies were slightly greedy and were willing to pay the price and gamble on Zero Wing's future, a single company might purchase 2, or even 3, slots. After all, however small a town was, there should still be no problem if it had 2 or 3 of the same virtual stores. The stores should not affect each other too greatly. Most importantly, the money they invested could still be taken back. They were merely placing a deposit for renting lands right now. Moreover, judging by the popularity of God's domain, they could already tell what the future of the virtual industry would look like. Most likely, it would be even more profitable than the real estate industry. Hence, the various companies intended to obtain as many cooperation slots as they could right now. Very quickly, the first cooperation slot's price had risen to 1,200 million. Moreover, the bidders still showed no signs of stopping. "Aqua, your guild leader is simply too good at doing business. He's practically robbing them at this point," alluring Summer said, smacking her lips. This was not her first time seeing such large transactions taking place. After all, just the construction of a single 5-star hotel in the real world cost nearly 10 billion credits. It was even more expensive for 6- and 7-star hotels. However, this was definitely her first time seeing a virtual store selling for such a high price. This is nothing. Those who want to cooperate with us in the future will have to pay an even higher price, Aqua Rose said, unfazed by this situation. Although the towns in God's domain were good, they were a far cry from being comparable to a city, particularly the first player-owned city in God's domain. If not for the fact that they could not publicize the matter of the city building order yet, these companies wouldn't even have the qualifications to negotiate with Zero Wing. During the brief moment Aqua Rose was chatting with Alluring Summer, the price for the cooperation slot had hit 1,300 million. However, as the bids continued increasing and were approaching 1,500 million, the number of people calling out offers started dwindling. At this moment, a clear voice resounded throughout the lounge. 2 billion. Everyone instantly turned to look at the bidder in shock. This person was none other than Phoenix Rain. This woman has lost her mind. She actually bid 2 billion. Who is she? Everyone was stunned by Phoenix Rain's bid. Although they also had that kind of money, the more they could save, the better. Is there anyone willing to place a higher bid? Xiaofan asked for confirmation as he swept a glance at everyone present. He was not particularly surprised by Phoenix Rain's bid. After all, she was someone capable of obtaining a battle team slot for the Dark Arena. How could her origins be ordinary? After Xiaofan sought confirmation 3 times, he sent the first official contract to Phoenix Rain. Afterwards, she simply needed to place her signature on it. When all the representatives present laid eyes on the contract, envy surfaced on their faces. They then made preparations to bid for the second contract. However, as soon as Xiaofan announced the bid for the second contract, Phoenix Rain again said softly, 2 billion. Silence fell once more. The representatives all felt hatred and frustration towards Phoenix Rain's actions. What the hell is with this woman? She is simply insane. There are 10 slots available. I refuse to believe she can take down a third one. Everyone initially thought that Phoenix Rain would hit her limit after purchasing a single slot for 2 billion. They never imagined that she would repeat her feat. However, in their opinion, Phoenix Rain should have run through the funds she had on hand after spending 4 billion. She should no longer be a threat in the following bids. Unfortunately, reality proved to be far crueler than these representatives thought. Without the slightest hesitation, Phoenix Rain bought 7 slots in succession, each for 2 billion credits. Her actions thoroughly frightened all the company representatives. They even started to suspect that Phoenix Rain was merely putting on an act for Zero Wing right now. However, just as everyone was thinking this, Phoenix Rain suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Guild leader Black Flame, there's no need to continue this auction. I want all the remaining slots. I hope that the two of us can sit down and discuss the matter of cooperation further instead of continuing to waste time here." Chapter 1038, Town of Beginnings. Although Phoenix Rain did not speak loudly, everyone was still dumbfounded by her words. As for the matter of Phoenix Rain being Zero Wing's puppet, they had long since flung that idea out of their minds. Is this the background of a super first-rate guild? Aqua Rose was greatly shocked as she looked at Phoenix Rain's calm and composed demeanor. Although she had known that a very wide gap separated first-rate guilds and super first-rate guilds in terms of overall strength, number of experts, and financial strength, she never imagined that the disparity was this massive. Phoenix Rain was actually capable of purchasing all 10 slots as if she was shopping for vegetables at the market. Just as the various company representatives were about to refute Phoenix Rain's words, Xiaofan got the jump on them, saying, "Since you are going to buy the remaining slots, we can naturally proceed with the discussions." Guild leader Black Flame, you shouldn't make such a hasty decision. That's right. There are still 3 more slots left. How would you know if we can't outcompete this lady? The other companies immediately grew anxious. Previously, they had intended to wait until Phoenix Rain had exhausted her funds in order to purchase a slot for themselves as cheaply as possible. They never expected something like this to happen halfway through the auction. I can choose to give up if any of you can offer more than 4 billion for any of the 3 remaining slots, Phoenix Rain said. The entire venue fell silent once more. The various company representatives all gnashed their teeth in anger as they looked at Phoenix Rain. They could not help but admit that Phoenix Rain was simply too accurate in her calculations. Although the various companies present were willing to pay a huge price to cooperate with Zero Wing, a 4 billion deposit was beyond their budget. Moreover, nobody could tell what kind of future awaited Zero Wing. If things went sour, all that money would be frozen for half a year. It was too great a risk altogether. A lunatic. This woman really is a lunatic. If the Blackwater Guild topples Zero Wing, I'd like to see just how she salvages the situation. At this point, the only thing the various company representatives could do was stand up and leave in a huff. As for Xiaofan, he was inwardly ecstatic. He had never imagined that Phoenix Rain was actually this wealthy. With this, Ouroboros's training center was practically in the bag. He could even start the second phase of his plan, which was the construction in other cities of training centers that were open to the public, in the hopes of attracting players to go there and improve themselves. With this, he could earn money and recruit more newcomers with great potential into his guild. This was a business model that many major guilds adopted in the later stages of God's domain. This method had uncovered many top-tier experts in the past. Among them, the most famous one would be the Tier 6 Berserker God, Half Madness. Initially, Half Madness had only been an unknown, ordinary player. However, one day, he went to a training center run by the Super Guild Battle Wolves to play around, and the instructors there discovered that he had great potential. In the end, Battle Wolves recruited him, and everything else was history. His strength improved rapidly by leaps and bounds, and he eventually became one of Battle Wolves' mainstays. If Zero Wing could construct such God's domain training centers in various major cities in the real world early on, it could snatch some high-potential players for itself rather than let super guilds monopolize all the good stuff. Guild leader Black Flame, I've already signed the contracts. Now that all the outsiders are gone, isn't it about time we discuss the matter of cooperation? Phoenix Rain asked, smiling as she looked at Xiaofan. Truthfully, she had not expected to spend so much money on this visit. Originally, she had only thought that Stone Forest Town had potential for development and was planning to invest in the town. Doing so would also help the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion establish a foundation in the local industry. However, the Magic Tower was frankly too tempting. Hence, she had invested practically all the funds she had on hand right now into Zero Wing. As the manager of a guild, she knew full well just how difficult it was to develop a town. Currently, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion controlled 5 towns in total. However, none of them were particularly attractive to players. At best, players used them as a rest stop or a temporary base to save up on travel time to high-level maps. Once the protection period of these towns ended, their expenditures would definitely increase. At that time, not to mention making a profit, it would be great if the towns did not incur a deficit. If one were to compare economic benefits, all 5 of the towns combined did not even equal 1/10 of Stone Forest Town. However, if these towns also had a magic tower, players would no longer treat them as just a simple rest stop. Instead, the towns would become a mecca for players who wanted to improve their strength. Seeing as Phoenix Pavilion Master has spent so much money, I believe that your goal isn't just gaining priority in investing in Zero Wing's towns. Instead, it should be the Magic Tower, correct? Xiaofan said. That's right. I am indeed doing this for the magic tower. As long as you can construct a magic tower in a town I manage, I can give you 40% of the town's profits. How about it? Phoenix Rain said and nodded, her words replete with temptation. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Be it the ability to capture a town or to develop one, there was no comparison. Meanwhile, Xiaofan only needed to construct a single magic tower in order to receive 40% of one town's profits. This offer would tempt anyone. I want 50%. I will also help you construct only one magic tower. Moreover, the location of the town you choose must not be in any of Star Moon Kingdom's neighboring countries, Xiaofan said after giving the matter some thought. He could build only 4 more magic towers right now. Meanwhile, he needed at least 3 to protect a city. Hence, the most he could spare was 1 magic tower. If possible, he was more than willing to construct a few more towers for Phoenix Rain. After all, that was free money they were talking about. Moreover, the magic tower design was not unique. It was only a matter of time before other players obtained the design for it. Once the various guilds all possessed the design, the tower would no longer be valuable. Hence, he had to earn as much money off it as possible right now. As for nurturing competitors, this was simply an unnecessary worry. God's domain was just too massive. There were also countless people playing the game. On the other hand, how many players could a single town possibly contain, or even a single city? If he kept the magic tower for himself, the most he could use it for right now was as a decoration. Rather than do so, it would be much better if he converted the tower into sustained revenue. Moreover, it was much harder to operate a city than a town. The current Zero Wing would barely be able to afford the manpower and resources required. This was also the reason why he was mass recruiting members. Once he built his city, he would not have any energy to spare for managing any additional towns. Alright, then. However, I have another condition. You need to get it done within 3 days. Previously, Phoenix Rain still wanted to renegotiate. However, seeing Xiaofang's determined demeanor, she knew that that was not going to happen. However, at the very least, she had secured 1 magic tower for herself, achieving her initial goal. That won't be a problem. Send the town's coordinates to me. When the time comes, I'll send some people over to build it. Xiaofan did not mind this condition. Constructing a magic tower took only half a day. After which, he would have 1 more source of income. Then, he also would not have to worry about the construction fees for his city. After the 2 of them signed a contract reflecting their agreement, Phoenix Rain sent a set of coordinates to Xiaofan. Savage Wildland, Town of Beginnings. What? You've actually discovered the Savage Wildland? Xiaofan was momentarily surprised upon seeing the coordinates. Chapter 1039, Humanity's Origins. Xiaofang's reaction astonished Phoenix Rain. The Savage Wildland was a massive, mysterious island discovered by one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's old monsters while he had been working on an epic quest. The pavilion had investigated the island in depth, and they only uncovered part of the island's secrets after much difficulty. She hadn't expected Xiaofan to react as if he knew the Savage Wildland's secrets when she had sent him the location. Do you know about the Savage Wildland? Phoenix Rain asked curiously. Only after browsing the library in the Apocalypse Empire's imperial capital had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion found some information about the Savage Wildland. However, the information was very vague. The only thing it mentioned was that the Savage Wildland was the birthplace of humans, which is why the town on that massive island had been named the Town of Beginnings. Even the weakest monsters on the island were level 40. Moreover, the monsters exhibited considerably high combat standards. Even guild elite players could not solo the area's elite monsters of the same level. They needed to form groups of 3 to take one down. Furthermore, it was very easy to come across special elite and chieftain-ranked monsters. These monsters mostly moved in groups, making it considerably difficult to level up. This also made it difficult to attract players to the Town of Beginnings. Yet, the Town of Beginnings was too important to her. To utilize the town's true function, it needed to be promoted to a medium-sized town. She had been incredibly worried about this. Now that she had the magic tower, though, attracting players would be much easier. Yes, I've read about it in a book. I have heard it's humanity's birthplace. Xiaofan nodded, though he did not reveal the frightening secret the savage wildland hid. In the past, when the savage wildland had first appeared, it had not attracted any attention whatsoever. First, it was simply too difficult to level up there. Rather than relying on the monsters, one would be better off grinding the useless monsters in low-resource areas. Moreover, the savage wildlands monsters were quite stingy. How stingy? Even after killing over 100 monsters, they wouldn't drop garbage or a single material item. One could only obtain a handful of copper coins or cheap materials by killing chieftain-ranked monsters or above. As for obtaining weapons and equipment, that was a pipe dream. Yet, nobody had imagined that this stingy island was actually a transit point connecting to other worlds. In the island's deeper regions, one sometimes came across spatial cracks that allowed players to explore other worlds. These spatial cracks were like random dungeons. However, one had to be lucky to find one. Meanwhile, these spatial cracks were only one of the savage wildland's benefits. The true value of the savage wildland was the otherworld transfer gate in the heart of the island. Players were only required to pay some magic crystals to utilize this gate. Unfortunately, players could only use the gate once per week. Due to this, a large number of players had swarmed the savage wildland in the past. However, back then, the savage wildland had already fallen under the Super Guild Pantheon's control. Anyone who wished to utilize the transfer gate had been required to pay an exorbitant fee. Despite the many other Super Guilds' complaints, none of them had been able to do anything about it as the Pantheon ruled over the Town of Beginnings. The other Super Guilds could only watch as Pantheon regulated the area and collected massive amounts of money. Hence, the fact that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had taken the Town of Beginnings had truly surprised Xiaofan. Initially, Xiaofan had thought of searching for the savage wildland in this life. However, activating the island had many conditions. He also did not know which conditions he would need to trigger. Hence, he had no choice but to leave the island alone for now. He had never expected this opportunity to present itself. An otherworld could effectively train players and help them improve their techniques. Clearing an otherworld also granted bountiful rewards. This was the reason why transfer tools to otherworlds were so precious and expensive. If he could take control of the transfer gate to an otherworld, it would undoubtedly provide a special training location for Zero Wings members. Guild leader Black Flame is quite knowledgeable. The pavilion has searched high and low for this information. If I had known earlier, I could have just asked you. Phoenix Rain could not help but sigh. She had mobilized all of the guild's power to learn about the savage wildland. Only after a 2-day search had they found anything. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you think too highly of me. I just like to read books about God's domain's history in my free time, Xiaofan said, laughing. It seems I'll have to read about God's domain's history more often, then, Phoenix Rain replied, smiling. She felt that Xiaofan's habit of reading books was a wise one, particularly books related to God's domain's history. If she did so as well, she might learn something that could come in handy in the future. Following which, Phoenix Rain said her goodbyes and returned to gather the funds she owed. As for Xiaofan, he immediately notified Gentle Snow about purchasing Ouroboros's training center, having her make the necessary arrangements. After Xiaofan finished assigning the necessary tasks, he secretly traveled to the teleportation hall, intending to make a trip to the savage wildland. The savage wildland wasn't currently valuable because the town of beginnings wasn't yet a medium-sized town. It couldn't yet activate its repellent magic array. The savage wildland's monsters were extremely concentrated. It was very difficult to reach the heart of the island. However, once the repellent magic array was active, the area's monsters would spread out. Generally, monsters in the wildland's outer region ranged between level 40 and level 70, while the inner region had monsters ranging between level 70 and level 100. As for the island's core, monsters around level 100 to level 120 called it home. Moreover, due to the high concentration of monsters, players could only reach the island's heart after clearing the monsters in their way. However, once the repellent magic array activated, as long as players were careful, they could enter the island's inner region without trouble. There, players could randomly encounter spatial cracks that allowed them to enter other worlds to build their strength. Hence, once the town of beginnings became a medium-sized town, the town's popularity would experience a qualitative change. Despite the closest NPC town in the Apocalypse Empire being nearly 20 hours away from the town of beginnings, countless players still made the journey. Stone Forest Town was nothing in comparison. Now that Xiaofan knew that the savage wildland was active, he couldn't let this opportunity get away. Others might not be able to reach the savage wildland's core, but he could. He had the 7 Luminaries ring. He could use space movement to travel directly there. Only, if he accidentally came across monsters over level 100 in the core region, it was highly likely that he would die. However, Xiaofan was willing to take the risk. As long as he could set coordinates for a teleportation magic array in the core region, Zero Wings members could just teleport there in the future, easily entering an otherworld to improve their strength. With one otherworld transfer gate serving as Zero Wings training grounds, in addition to the special training in the training center, what guild could possibly compete with Zero Wings' development speed? Chapter 1040, Maritime Business. Starmoon City, Blackwater's guild residence. Currently, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, sat inside the guild leader's luxurious office. Among them, 1 man was Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave, while the woman was Qin Muyun, who had been tasked with managing Blackwater's affairs in the Black Dragon Empire. However, these 2 VIPs of the Blackwater Guild had their eyes locked on the man before them. The man wore a black cloak and had tightly wrapped bandages around most of his face, preventing others from seeing his appearance or level. Moreover, he felt as if he were an illusion, as if the man would vanish if one did not pay him careful attention. You're saying that Zero Wing can construct as many of those magic tower as they want? Abandoned Wave asked, his brows raised in suspicion. He found this information somewhat hard to believe. Everyone throughout Starmoon Kingdom had likely discovered how powerful the Magic Tower's effects were in Stone Forest Town. The Magic Tower was precisely the reason that players had overcrowded the town. When Abandoned Wave saw the number of players traveling to and from Stone Forest Town, he could not help his jealousy. After all these players were walking sacks of coins. Although the Blackwater Corporation was wealthy, its coin income was very limited. With just the income of Stone Forest Town, it was no impossible for Blackwater to wear down Zero Wing. If what the bandaged man had said was indeed true, once Zero Wing captured another 1 or 2 towns, Blackwater would not be able to compete with the guild's financial strength. I can assure you that this news is true. Moreover, Zero Wing has found a powerful financial backer. I'm afraid that within this short period, Zero Wing's strength will rise explosively once more, the bandaged man declared confidently. If we don't get rid of Zero Wing soon, we will have endless trouble in the future. I understand. I'll send some men to help Heaven's Burial with the sealing magic array's construction immediately. But how are preparations coming along? Abandoned Wave understood that this matter could no longer be delayed. If they did not remove Zero Wing soon, it would become increasingly harder to defeat the guild in the future. Moreover, young Master Jing had grown somewhat impatient and instructed him to conclude the matter swiftly. Otherwise, Blackwater would soon have another guild leader. It won't take too long. A day at most. Even if the guild dispatches every player it has, nothing will save Zero Wing when the time comes, the bandaged man laughed coldly. However, once this matter has been resolved, don't forget about our agreement. You are aware of the consequences should you forget. Rest assured. I am always a man of my word. When it is time, I'll give you what we agreed upon, Abandoned Wave said. Hearing the bandaged man's tone, Abandoned Wave's confidence grew. The main force attacking Stone Forest Town this time would not be from Blackwater or Heaven's Burial at all. Rather, it would be this bandaged man before him. Guild leader, Big Sister Ling just sent a message stating that the situation with Pantheon is a done deal. Now, we only need to decide a date for the operation, Qin Muyun suddenly reported. Abandoned Wave grew ecstatic upon hearing this. Good. Muyun, lead a team to assist Heaven's Burial right away. Once the magic array is complete, we'll attack Stone Forest Town. Although capturing Stone Forest Town was already in the bag, Pantheon's help would be icing on the cake, depriving Zero Wing of every last shred of hope. Apocalypse Empire, Imperial Capital's Teleportation Hall. As soon as Xiaofan arrived in the Apocalypse Empire's capital, he discovered a crowd of players filling the teleportation hall as they lined up to use the teleportation arrays. It was even more crowded than Stone Forest Town. There sure are a lot of people here. Xiaofan could not help but sigh as he surveyed his surroundings. As one of the most ancient empires still in existence in God's domain, the Apocalypse Empire had a lot of players. Ordinary empires simply could not compete. The quality of the players in the teleportation hall made this clear. Among the players lining up, many were high-level independent players. Currently, God's domain's mainstream players were only level 35. However, most of the independent players here were level 37 or above, with some already at level 40. Even the Black Dragon Empire paled in comparison to the Apocalypse Empire's prosperity. However, this was also the reason that three major powers contested over the Apocalypse Empire, with two being super first-rate guilds, while the third was a super guild. Of the two super first-rate guilds, one was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and the other was the Miracle Guild. Battle Wolves was the super guild. Due to these three major powers, even first-rate guilds were forced to watch from the sidelines. With the Apocalypse Empire's massive population, whichever guild managed to take control of the empire would enjoy an explosive development speed. After all, only with more people could a guild easily recruit talented players. Even now, the three major powers fought each other constantly, dispatching many of their elite and expert members to the Apocalypse Empire to develop. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's choice representative to preside over the struggle for the Empire was none other than Phoenix Rain. This time, Phoenix Rain had resolved to bet all of her cards on Zero Wing's cooperation. Xiaofan had to admit that Phoenix Rain had bet correctly. If the Town of Beginnings had a magic tower, not only could she rake in a fortune, but she could also hasten the town's promotion to a medium-sized town. The Town of Beginnings would become the cornerstone that would allow the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to take over the Apocalypse Empire. Compared to the potential profits, the initial cost was nothing. Unfortunately, while focusing on a narrow goal, Phoenix Rain had neglected an even greater opportunity. Even without taking control of the Town of Beginnings, there was a way to access the Savage Wildlands benefits. Following which, Xiaofan teleported to Ocean Viewing Town. Ocean Viewing Town was the closest coastal town to the Savage Wildland. However, due to the Wildland's location in the middle of the sea, players generally rented boats for the journey. The sea was far more dangerous than land. Players had to be extremely careful when venturing across the sea. If a player carelessly allowed their boat to be destroyed, they would have to rely on their own strength to swim the rest of the way. Compared to walking, swimming in the ocean was much more taxing on a player's stamina. It was also much slower. After running out of stamina, players would ultimately drown. Due to this, despite Ocean Viewing Town's close proximity to the savage wildland, the trip generally took around 20 hours. When Xiaofan reached Ocean Viewing Town, he did not immediately rent a boat. Instead, he visited the town hall. In the past, due to the many players rushing to the savage wildland, Ocean Viewing Town had also prospered. Eventually, it had even been promoted from a town to a city. The value of the town's lands had risen like crazy. However, trading these lands had not been the most profitable business. The true profits were from boat rentals. Boats were different from ordinary mounts. Although they were another mode of transportation and engineering players could construct them, their designs were exceedingly rare. Generally, players who wanted a boat of their own would use the designs that came with a shipyard. A shipyard also increased the speed of crafting boats. There were a total of 5 shipyards for sale in Ocean Viewing Town. In the past, those who had purchased these shipyards early had made a fortune when the savage wildland became popular. This was because the boats shipyards crafted were unlike the fishing boats that NPCs rented out. Fishing boats were slow and could only carry a few players at a time. The boats also had very low durability, and mishaps occurred easily. Hence, when traveling to the savage wildland, players generally rented boats that other players had crafted. With this, the normal 20-hour travel time could be cut in half. Not only could one save a lot of time, but it was also much safer to rent a player-made boat. However, it was not easy to purchase a shipyard in Ocean Viewing Town. The first requirement was a high enough reputation. Without that, the mayor would refuse to sell. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which had only recently discovered the savage wildland, didn't have enough reputation to purchase one, even if it realized the value of shipyards. It was simply impossible for the pavilion to collect enough reputation points to become an Ocean Viewing Town baron within this short period. However, Xiaofan was different. Upon entering the town hall, Xiaofan switched to the City Protector title. The title allowed him to enjoy the benefits of a major noble, which was the equivalent of a viscount, in every human town and city. He now qualified to purchase a shipyard in Ocean Viewing Town. Chapter 1041, Medium Shipyard. When Xiaofan entered the town hall, there were only a few other players in the building. They were all independent players, not guild players. The lands in God's domain's NPC cities were very expensive. Generally, only guilds could afford them. It was practically impossible to find a lone player who could afford these lands as well. However, it was a different story for NPC towns. The lands here were many times cheaper. Take Ocean Viewing Town for example. Its normal lands only cost 200 to 300 gold, while the lands around the town center cost 500 to 600 gold. Even the most expensive land, which had an excellent view of the ocean, cost around 900 gold. Generally, expert players of considerable skill could afford these lands after their Tier 2 promotion. In the past, many players who could not afford houses in NPC cities would build their houses on lands in towns with a good view or in prosperous towns. As a port town, even without access to the savage wildland, Ocean Viewing Town's lands were a valuable investment. After all, as players reached higher levels, players would unlock more in-game systems in God's domain. For example, the Maritime merchant system. In God's domain, one could earn money from other players as well as NPCs. Helping NPC merchants transport their goods was one way to do so, earning a sizable income. If one managed themselves properly, obtaining their own fleet of ships and gaining popularity among NPCs, they could make far more than expert players. This was precisely the reason that port towns had become so popular among independent players, particularly merchant players, in the past. Due to such systems, even players who were weak in battle could make a living in God's domain. Sometimes, if one were lucky and encountered some miracle, one could obtain weapons and equipment that even expert players would envy. Currently, independent players capable of purchasing ocean-viewing towns' lands were either merchants with some achievement or representatives from small-scale workshops that planned to invest. When the several cloaked players, who were choosing lands, noticed Xiaofan enter the building, they all turned with cautious expressions. They looked at Xiaofan as if he had come to steal their prey. Suddenly, an NPC administrator in a suit and tie approached Xiaofan. The NPC administrator then asked respectfully, "Lord Protector, how may I serve you today?" "I want to purchase a shipyard," Xiaofan said. "All right. Please follow me to the second floor. The information regarding the available shipyards will be brought to you right away." Upon hearing Xiaofan's request, the administrator led Xiaofan to the second floor's lounge, showing Xiaofan as much respect as the town's mayor. The several merchant players who had been wary of Xiaofan were stupefied. Who is that? Why is Administrator Joseph showing so much respect? Is he already a baron in ocean-viewing town? That can't be, right? Joseph wouldn't even treat a town's baron like that. To win over Senior Administrator Joseph, they had tried all sorts of methods to raise his favorability of them. They had done so to persuade the Senior Administrator to show them more lands. Yet, Senior Administrator Joseph immediately led Xiaofan to the second floor when he arrived. The second floor. Despite their struggles to become nobles of ocean-viewing town, they still didn't qualify to explore the second floor. These several merchant players could not help but envy Xiaofan. Like anywhere else, one needed sufficient reputation to purchase ocean-viewing town's lands. Ordinary nobles had to remain on the first floor and choose from the town's most basic lands. Even then, not all ordinary lands would be available. Only by raising one's favorability with the senior administrator would the latter present more strategically situated lands. Generally, only the town's barons qualified to climb the stairs to the second floor. On the second floor, most of the town's lands were available for purchase. As a baron, one would even receive discounts. Shortly after Xiaofan entered the second-floor lounge, Senior Administrator Joseph brought all documents relating to the town's shipyards. Lord Protector, Ocean-Viewing Town has a total of 6 shipyards. Here are the related documents, Joseph said as he carefully placed the documents before Xiaofan. He then retreated to the side, not daring to disturb Xiaofan in the slightest. 6 shipyards? Weren't there only supposed to be 5? Xiaofan was somewhat surprised. He was relatively familiar with ocean-viewing town. In the past, he had visited the savage wildland multiple times. He could clearly remember that there had only been 5 shipyards. Lord Protector, there were only 5 shipyards before. However, due to the Far Ocean trading firm's bad luck and recent shipwreck, the firm had been forced to sell its shipyard to recuperate financially. The firm has asked us to help sell its shipyard. The mayor has stated that if this shipyard has not sold after a month, he will take the shipyard as collateral and issue the Far Ocean trading firm a loan. I have heard that the trading firm recently built this shipyard to produce its new cargo ship, Joseph explained in detail. New cargo ship? Xiaofang's interest was immediately piqued. Ship designs were almost as rare as fragmented legendary items. Moreover, owning a design was one thing, but producing the ship was another. Constructing a common ship wasn't a big deal. However, for high-quality ships, construction was extremely troublesome. Finding the raw materials alone was costly in both time and money. Most importantly, ship designs were similar to the Magic Tower design, in which both were limited-use items. Usually, one could construct 10 ships from one design. Even after 10 years, high-quality ships had still been considerably rare. God's domain's ocean was expansive. Moreover, many miraculous encounters and treasures were available on the ocean's islands and secret areas. Without a ship of considerable quality, death was likely when exploring the sea. Due to these two reasons, players in the past had been very willing to rent, even purchase, high-quality ships, even for an absurd cost. Following which, Xiaofan began to browse the documents. Xiaofan took 10 minutes to look through all of the information. As Joseph had said, the Far Ocean trading firm had researched a new cargo ship. Although the ship was only common rank, it was 15% faster than the other 5 shipyards' cargo ships. Moreover, its carrying capacity and durability were 20% higher. Aside from bronze or higher-ranked cargo ships, this was the best choice for merchant players. The only problem was the price. Although this was a town, a shipyard was different from lands. Even a small shipyard could sell for 10,000 gold, not to mention a recently built medium shipyard. In God's domain, the size of a shipyard determined the types of ship it could construct. Not only could a medium shipyard produce small ships, but it could also construct medium ships. For example, a cargo ship was a medium ship. The Far Ocean trading firm's asking price was 30,000 gold. At this price, Xiaofan could purchase 3 plots of golden land in a major city. Chapter 1042, Bronze Speedboat. Xiaofan had to admit that the Far Ocean trading firm's price was quite high. Normally, medium shipyards only went for 20,000 gold. He could purchase another small shipyard with the additional 10,000 gold. 30,000 gold was almost everything Xiaofan had on him. Previously, he had spent quite a bit to deal with the Dark Guilds. Afterward, he had constructed the Magic Tower, the large-scale battle arena, and hired hundreds of NPC managers. The money he earned in the past several days had vanished in an instant. Xiaofan had only planned to spend 20,000 gold to buy a medium shipyard while leaving the remaining 10,000 gold to start the Magic Tower's construction in the Town of Beginnings. Now, his plans had been disrupted. However, even if the price were high, Xiaofan steeled himself to make the purchase. He had encountered a golden opportunity this time. Xiaofan could clearly remember that in the past, Ocean Viewing Town only had 5 shipyards. A 6th hadn't existed. Moreover, based on Joseph's explanation, this shipyard would be available for 1 month. If a player did not purchase it within the month, this new shipyard would no longer be up for sale. In the past, players had likely missed out on this opportunity. As for the Far Ocean trading firm's recent shipwreck, in Xiaofan's opinion, it was very likely due to the activation of the Savage Wildland. After the Savage Wildland activated, the nearby water became far more dangerous. If Xiaofan missed this opportunity, he would not have the chance to buy it again. In the past, among the 5 shipyards available, 1 had been a medium shipyard, while the other 4 had been small shipyards. A smart guild would purchase the medium shipyard as soon as possible. This way, not only could it be used to craft small boats, which were a general means of transportation for players, but it could also craft cargo ships to do merchant work. Medium shipyards had far better facilities than their smaller brethren. The production speed medium shipyards was also 30% faster than small shipyards. Moreover, medium shipyards had a higher success rate when manufacturing small ships. With control of Ocean Viewing Town's medium shipyard, one would have control of nearly half of the town's maritime income, much less the Far Ocean trading firm's shipyard, which could produce a new kind of cargo ship. With that shipyard, Xiaofan might be able to snag a share of the nearby town's market in addition to Ocean Viewing Towns. "I'll buy the new shipyard, then," Xiaofan said softly after suppressing the excitement in his heart. Hearing this, Joseph quickly and carefully responded, "Lord Protector, as we do not own this shipyard and it has only been consigned to us, the most we can offer is a 5% discount. You will have to pay a total of 28,500 gold." A city protector's status was the equivalent of a major noble's. Even Ocean Viewing Town's mayor had to address Xiaofan carefully. Xiaofan was not someone a town administrator could afford to provoke. "Alright, here's the money." Xiaofan was not particularly surprised as he handed over the stated amount. A shipyard was not a land. Normally, a major noble would only receive a 10% discount when purchasing one. He was lucky to receive a 5% discount for a time-sensitive event like this. At the very least, he saved 1,500 gold. That was the equivalent of a poorly attributed epic item. However, he was now broke. He had less than 3,000 gold on his person. Xiaofan suddenly felt as if he were drifting further and further away from his 150,000 gold target. A moment later, Senior Administrator Joseph brought Xiaofan the deed to the Far Ocean Shipyard. After Xiaofan verified the information, he rushed to the town's port. He decided to set aside the Far Ocean Shipyard's operations until Melancholic Smiles Group returned. Unlike producing weapons and equipment, which only required one player, the construction of even a small speedboat required 10 engineers. Medium ships required 30 to 40 engineers. Moreover, the engineers could be no lower than intermediate rank. Otherwise, the success rate would be too low and would result in losses. It was not easy to operate a shipyard. It was not a problem that could be solved with enough money. One needed a small army of engineers. Moreover, apprentice engineers were utterly useless for this task. To run a medium shipyard smoothly, one needed at least 100 intermediate engineers. If one wanted higher production success rates, it would be best to have at least 10 advanced engineers producing the ship's core components. As for the new cargo ship the Far Ocean Shipyard had researched, it required even more than usual. The one ship required 50 intermediate engineers. In addition, the ship's core required 5 advanced engineers. Intermediate engineers did not qualify to touch the core component. Only after fulfilling these requirements could they manufacture this new cargo ship at the standard speed. Hence, Xiaofan planned to wait until Melancholic Smiles Group returned. He needed 5 advanced engineers at the very least to begin the ship's construction. Otherwise, he would have to rely on small speedboats to earn money, wasting away the advantage of the new cargo ship. When he reached Ocean Viewing Town's port, Xiaofan discovered many small fishing boats tied to the docks. Players could rent or purchase these boats. Only, they were somewhat expensive to purchase outright. Ordinary players couldn't afford them. Even the crappiest fishing boat, which could only accommodate a maximum of 4 people at a time, sold for 3 gold. A fishing boat that could hold up to 6 players cost 5 gold. As for fishing boats with a small sail, their prices were even more absurd, with the most common selling for 10 gold. However, one had to admit that it was worth every coin. Fishing boats with sails were 10% faster than those without. Moreover, they possessed the passive skill, sail along the wind. Players could increase their speed by another 20% with the wind in their sails. This way, players could escape sea monsters easily, avoiding the risk of losing both their lives and their ship. Renting a boat was far cheaper than purchasing one. One was only required to pay a deposit of half the value of the boat's selling price and a 5% rental fee of once every 3 days. If the boat were damaged, players were only required to cover the repair fees. In the event that the boat was destroyed completely, however, one was required to compensate the owner in full within a fixed time. If one failed to do so, the owner would place a bounty on their head. Moreover, the bounty contract would not expire, only letting the player rest once it was fulfilled. Hence, players were extremely careful with their rentals. At the same time, if they had the money, they would just buy one. Xiaofan could already see quite a few small fishing boats sailing across the ocean. These boats all carried a party of players. With a full party, players had a higher chance of surviving while they explored the islands. Players rarely explored the islands by themselves. In God's domain, small islands were like party dungeons. However, there were both good and bad small islands. If players encountered a good island, they might find a treasure chest, instantly making a fortune. If players encountered a bad island, however, they might leave with nothing. Generally, the treasure chests on a small island could range from common to dark gold rank. Though, the higher-ranked treasure chests had lower probabilities of appearing. Generally, players only found common and bronze treasure chests on small islands. Even so, players could still profit off of them. They were even more profitable than raiding party dungeons or questing. That was why so many independent players were willing to brave the sea. After reaching the port, Xiaofan did not choose to visit the boat chartering association to rent a boat. Instead, he walked towards the market beside the port. The market offered many items. NPC merchants from many countries had gathered here, offering more than those in typical NPC towns. After multiple twists and turns through the market, Xiaofan finally stood before a two-story building called Doll's Workshop. Hopefully, nobody has triggered the hidden quest yet. Xiaofan inwardly prayed as he stepped into Doll's Workshop. In the past, the most famous quest in Ocean Viewing Town had been the chain quest that awarded a bronze speedboat. Back then, when the player had completed that quest series and received the reward, he had instantly become a target of envy. After all, most players at that time had still been renting fishing boats from NPCs. Even after guilds had purchased a small shipyard, the small ships they produced were only common rank. They could not produce bronze speedboats. After that player obtained the bronze speedboat, he had generously announced the method of triggering and completing said quest on the forums. Unfortunately, that quest was unique. After its completion, no other player could trigger the quest, much less obtain that particular reward. This quest could be triggered in Doll's Workshop. Chapter 1043, Godly Player. Among the many workshops in the port market, Doll's Workshop was not particularly eye-catching. However, it was the oldest workshop in Ocean Viewing Town and had been created by a Grandmaster engineer. The workshop had existed for over 300 years. Logically, even if it were not famous throughout the Apocalypse Empire, a Grandmaster engineer's workshop should be the most famous in the Ocean Viewing Town. Unfortunately, its decline due to the workshop's inheritors, worse with each generation, letting the workshop to fall into its current state. At this point, almost nobody remembered Doll's Workshop's past glory. However, the workshop's current owner was quite talented. After inheriting the engineering notes from his predecessors, he had been obsessed with researching the notes to become a master engineer. Meanwhile, the hidden quest was helping the current inheritor of Doll's Workshop, Rodney, become a master engineer. If the player succeeded, they would earn a bronze speedboat. In God's domain, the value of a bronze speedboat could rival that of an epic item. A common speedboat could carry up to 2 parties of 6, and it was 20% faster than fishing boats. Moreover, it came with the accelerate skill and braving the winds and waves passive skill. Both were necessary for adventuring on the open ocean. A bronze speedboat could hold a team of 20, and its speed and durability were 15% higher than a common speedboat. A bronze speedboat also possessed offensive capabilities. In terms of life-saving capabilities, the bronze speedboat was multiple times stronger than the common speedboat. The player that had obtained the bronze speedboat had formed a relatively good maritime adventurer group and had ventured into dangerous waters that other players had not dared to explore, becoming quite famous in the Apocalypse Empire. Upon entering Doll's Workshop, Xiaofan discovered several other players waiting in the basketball court-sized workshop as well. When Xiaofan entered the building, these players turned to him with hostile glares. Sure enough, others have discovered it. Xiaofan could not help but sigh. However, after giving it some thought, he found this outcome to be reasonable. Ocean Viewing Town might not be particularly big, but there were quite a few players who traveled here to level. Among them, there was no lack of experts. It wasn't surprising that someone had discovered the hidden quest. The independent players inside the workshop were such experts. There were a total of 5 of them, and the lowest leveled among them was level 39, while the highest was a level 40 expert. These 5 people were clearly divided into 2 groups, with a level 40 ranger leading the group of 3, while a level 39 oracle traveled with 1 companion. These players all wore considerably good equipment. Despite being independent players, their equipment was all level 35 secret silver rank or above, with the majority being level 35 fine gold equipment. Their equipment could rank at the peak among independent players. Although 2 expert parties had already accepted the quest, Xiaofan paid them no mind. Instead, he approached the level 70 male shopkeeper directly. "Hello, I wish to meet with your shop owner," Xiaofan said, smiling. Any player could accept this hidden quest. However, only the player who helped Rodney become a master engineer would receive the final reward. The first step of the quest was to meet with Rodney. However, when Xiaofan mentioned his request, the level 40 ranger snorted with amusement. Trying to meet the shop owner from the get-go was a dream. Ordinary people would assume that the male shopkeeper was an ordinary shopkeeper. In reality, however, the shopkeeper was Rodney's apprentice. If players could not get past this apprentice, they would not be allowed to meet Rodney. To meet with Rodney, they had spent 4 days gradually raising their favorability with the apprentice. Only then would the apprentice introduce them to Rodney to help fulfill the latter's wish. The moment the male shopkeeper's eyes touched upon the cloaked Xiaofan, he immediately stood up and responded respectfully, "Lord Protector, I'll notify my master right away. Please wait here for a moment." The major noble of a city. Even a true master engineer had to treat someone of such stature with some form of respect, much less an advanced engineer like his master, Rodney. What? How can he meet Rodney so easily? The 5 waiting players' jaws dropped. Before they could react, hasty footsteps echoed from the 2nd floor. After a short moment, a middle-aged, brawny man with disheveled hair came running down the stairs. What? Didn't the shopkeeper say that Rodney was very busy? Crap, just who is that? Is he one of those godly players? The 5 waiting players were stupefied. They had come to Dahl's workshop to meet with Rodney. However, as Rodney had been manufacturing an item when they had arrived, they were forced to wait in the workshop until Rodney was done, yet after an hour, they saw no sign of the man. On the other hand, Xiaofan had only spoken a sentence to summon Rodney. Upon seeing Xiaofan, Rodney's serious expression transformed into respect as he said, "Lord Protector, I am Rodney, the owner of this workshop. May I know why my lord has come looking for me? I have heard that you've been trying to get promoted to a master engineer for a while. I have a method that can assist you in transitioning smoothly. May I know if you are interested?" Xiaofan was not surprised by Rodney's respectful attitude. The power of an advanced title was no trifling matter. Rodney could not hope to compare to his status. Hence, there was no need to waste time on courtesy, fawning over the NPC. Hearing Xiaofang's suggestion, Rodney's eyes immediately lit up, his excitement was obvious. "Lord Protector, if you can help me with my promotion to Master Engineer, I will pay any price," Rodney answered and bowed, anticipation filling his eyes. Becoming a Master Engineer was his lifelong wish. Moreover, he wanted to revitalize Dahl's workshop with his own hands. Following which, Xiaofan heard the sound of a system notification. System, Hidden Quest, Master's Dream, triggered. Quest content, help Rodney become a Master Engineer. Rewards unknown. Let's continue our conversation upstairs, Xiaofan laughed. Although his quest had a different name than the one in the past, the task was the same. "My lord, this way, please." As soon as Rodney heard this, he led the way. "That. Lord Rodney. What about us?" The 5 independent players could no longer sit by. Wait there for a while. I have matters to discuss with my lord." Rodney dismissed them, annoyed. The five immediately fell silent, afraid that their quest would be revoked should they anger Rodney. Just who was that? He's impressive, even when accepting a quest. It would be great if I could make his acquaintance. I wonder if this god is accepting apprentices? Although they had accepted plenty of high-ranking quests, this was the first time they saw an NPC beg a player to accept one. After reaching the second floor, Xiaofan noticed all sorts of precious materials scattered around the hall. There were also plenty of engineering tools about. After taking a seat, Rodney asked anxiously, "Lord Protector, may I know what I should do to become a master engineer?" Chapter 1044, Promotion Condition. Despite Rodney's excitement, Xiaofan did not hurry to answer the brawny man's question. Rather, he observed the second floor quietly. While there were various precious materials present, the place was considerably shabby. The room's mana density was too low. The environment was nothing like that of a proper workshop. Take Siliora's smithy for example. Although the woman's smithy looked shabby on the outside, numerous magic arrays coated the building's interior, constantly gathering large amounts of mana and keeping the workplace's mana density high. Yet, the second-floor Hall of Doll's workshop did not have any magic arrays. The density of the ambient mana in here was the same as the building's exterior. Even a player would have a difficult time gaining the promotion to Master Engineer, not to mention an NPC. Yet, despite working in such an environment, Rodney had eventually become a Master Engineer in the past. Rodney's talent was obvious. Back then, aside from relying on the super-rare materials players had collected, Rodney had become a Master Engineer because of his excellent engineering tools. These were similar to the hammer and flames forgers used. Despite Rodney's inheritance of Doll's workshop, his current tools were only bronze rank. Hence, the hidden quest's final phase was to collect a set of mysterious iron engineering tools for him. To put it bluntly, Rodney's promotion to Master Engineer had taken so long despite his great talent because he was too poor. What would the deceased Grandmaster Doll think if he learned about this? After catching a glimpse of Rodney's financial situation, Xiaofan shifted his gaze back to Rodney and asked seriously, "Your promotion is simple, but before that, may I know if you are interested in consulting for my trading firm?" In God's domain, players were allowed to hire lifestyle NPCs in the same way that they were allowed to hire NPC managers to manage their shops. Only, hiring ordinary lifestyle NPCs was not particularly worthwhile. Lifestyle NPCs' production was slower than players. Although they had slightly higher success rates, when producing ordinary items, which already had considerably high success rates, speed was the focus. With the few items an ordinary lifestyle NPC could produce in a day, the profits wouldn't even come close to covering the employment costs. Hence, when players hired lifestyle NPCs, they usually only hired NPC masters as they could craft rare and valuable products. The income from these products was enough to make up for the NPC's slow production speed. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to employ an NPC master. Every NPC master possessed status roughly on par with city's major nobles. For example, when Siliora was a master, even Weissman, White River City's Tier 4 magistrate, had to take her seriously. However, after Siliora became a grandmaster, her status surpassed Weissman's. Even Star Moon Kingdom's king had to treat Siliora with respect. Because of this, it was extremely difficult to hire an NPC master. Generally, there were only two methods to employ such an NPC. The first method was very direct. Players simply needed to offer conditions that could even tempt NPC masters. However, very few individuals or guilds were capable of this method. The second method was to recruit and invest in a lifestyle NPC who was still at the advanced rank but had the potential to become a master. While this method was much cheaper than the first, luck would determine whether or not the NPC reached the master rank. Since Xiaofan already knew Rodney's potential, he could not let this chance slip away. Whether it was manufacturing boats or the bronze engineering locomotive, a master engineer could achieve them with ease. If he had the help of an NPC like this, he could earn all the money he needed whenever he needed. Hearing Xiaofan's proposal, Rodney's passionate gaze immediately cooled. Determinedly, he said, "Lord Protector, as the inheritor to Dahl's workshop, my only wish is to revitalize this workshop. Please allow me to refuse your offer. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I'm not asking you to join my trading firm. I just want you to help me with producing some items." Xiaofan had not expected it to be that easy. Hence, he took a step back and loosened his condition. "No matter how I look at it, Dahl's workshop will need a lot of money to grow strong again. I'll pay the normal employment rates even after I help with your promotion." Rodney hesitated. After pondering for some time, he said, "If my lord helps me become a master, I will promise to work for my lord for 3 months. How about it?" "All right, then. 3 months it is." Xiaofan sighed helplessly. He had to admit that Rodney was a tough nut. If he hadn't had the city protector title, Rodney probably wouldn't have even offered 3 months. However, during these 3 months, on the holy city of Titan, the candlelight trading firm should be able to give birth to a master engineer. With Rodney's help, they could make it through the next few months. Following which, Xiaofan took out a set of mysterious iron engineering tools and an old design that was as large as a table. He gave Rodney the tools to ensure a high success rate with the new item's production. As for the design, it was the basic mana-gathering magic array. This was something he obtained when he had killed Stone Forest Town's ruler, Surya. When activated, this item would increase the mana density within an area of 30 by 30 yards. However, it had an operating cost of 50 magic crystals per hour, and barely 2 players had enough room to spar within its coverage. Using it to train one's combat techniques regularly was too much of a luxury. Hence, Xiaofan had never bothered with it. Now, however, the magic array was the perfect item to make up for Rodney's poor work environment. Following which, Xiaofan spent 50 magic crystals to set up a basic mana-gathering magic array in the second-floor hall before using the design to activate the magic array. Immediately, the floor's mana density began to rise. In a short moment, the mana density surpassed that of the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. What a high mana density! Rodney could not help his surprise. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced such dense mana. Even a casual breath cleared his mind. He could maintain his calm and focus like never before. "Try creating something now," Xiaofan said as he pointed towards the workstation a short distance away. Before this, Rodney lacked both good tools and a good environment. Now that these deficiencies had been supplemented, with Rodney's talent, it was only a matter of time before he became a master engineer. "Thank you, my lord." Rodney repeatedly thanked Xiaofan. He then went to his workstation and attempted to create an item. Sure enough, half an hour later, an ecstatic expression brightened Rodney's face. He had successfully created a boat's power source. When Xiaofan looked at Rodney's details again, the latter's introduction text had changed from being an advanced engineer to a master engineer. Suddenly, the sound of the quest completion notification reached Xiaofan's ears. System, unique quest, Master's Dream, completed. Following which, Xiaofan's experience bar increased by 15%, pushing him to 19% of level 44. The awarded EXP surpassed Xiaofan's expectations. "Lord Protector, truly, thank you. I finally have the chance to revitalize Dahl's workshop. I don't have much to offer as a show of gratitude, so please, take this ancient speedboat. Lord Dahl crafted this speedboat personally, and it has always been treasured in the workshop. I hope that my lord will accept it." Rodney revealed a palm-sized, glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a miniature speedboat, floating on a layer of water. Pulsating magic patterns decorated the speedboat's body. At first glance, it was obvious that the speedboat was extraordinary. Wasn't it supposed to be bronze rank? Xiaofan was thunderstruck when he saw this speedboat. He couldn't take his eyes off of it. Chapter 1045, Tyrant of the Seas. What rank is it? Xiaofan had seen the awarded bronze speedboat in the past. The speedboat back then had not possessed any magic patterns, yet this one did. In Xiaofan's memories, any ship that possessed magic patterns had been at least mysterious iron rank. Following which, Xiaofan accepted the glass bottle and checked the speedboat's attributes. Swift Dragon Speedboat, secret silver rank, an item created by a Grandmaster engineer. Maximum capacity, 30 people, durability 500/500. Additional active skill 1, Dragon Cannon, range 1000 yards. Deals a devastating blow to a radius of 15 yards. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Additional active skill 2, Energy Pulse, paralyzes all enemies within 50 yards. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional active skill 3, Accelerate, instantly increases movement speed by 100% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Additional active skill 4, Magic Barrier, envelopes the ship in a magic barrier, granting immunity to all spells and reduces physical damage received by 60% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional passive skill, Braving the Winds and Waves, when sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected. As expected of a Grandmaster's creation. Xiaofan was shocked. He had seen many high-ranking speedboats before. He had even seen fine gold speedboats. However, speedboats of such rank were impossible for ordinary guilds to obtain. Only super guilds had any hope of owning their own. Meanwhile, the Swift Dragon Speedboat's skills was in no way inferior to fine gold speedboats. In the past, the best speedboat Shadow had obtained had only been mysterious iron rank. Compared to the Swift Dragon Speedboat, that speedboat was garbage. With this speedboat, even delving into dangerous sea zones could be possible. As Xiaofan held the Swift Dragon Speedboat, he recalled numerous islands that had been famous in the past. These islands had offered extremely abundant resources. God's domain's sea was vast. Its islands were like secret locations or super large-scale dungeons that contained countless treasures such as ancient secret lands, treasure chests, super rare materials, and various kinds of ore. Hence, maritime exploration was no less important to the various large guilds than land exploration. However, maritime exploration was different from land exploration. Not only did maritime exploration test players' strength, but it also had stringent hardware requirements. If a player's hardware did not meet those requirements, they would not be qualified to explore dangerous waters. This was because sea monsters were different from the common monsters on land. They were not easy to defeat. Even the weakest sea monster was the equivalent of a chieftain on land. As for their HP, it was multiple times higher than land chieftains. In addition, the water greatly enhanced these sea monsters' combat power. On the other hand, players were restricted and couldn't use their full strength. As a result, even a full party of players had to flee if they encountered a common sea monster of the same level. Fortunately, there were very few sea monsters in normal sea zones. Those players weren't nearly as dangerous. In the more dangerous sea zones, sea monsters were far more common. Parties of ordinary players were guaranteed to lose their lives. At the very least, one needed a bronze speedboat to approach dangerous sea zones. This was also why he had come to Dahl's workshop. Based on Xiaofan's knowledge, there was a small island hidden in a dangerous sea zone. the island contained a manatite vein. Moreover, it was a slightly rich vein. When the vein had been discovered, it had caused a commotion throughout the Apocalypse Empire, inciting a war between the Empire's various large guilds. The war then had sent tremors throughout God's domain. After all, magic crystals were important, regardless of the era. Over 50 guilds had participated in the contest for the manatite vein, with the weakest being third-rate guilds. The war had been between three factions led by Battle Wolves, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and Miracle. The Maritime battle had incurred tremendous losses for all three, with the death toll reaching the millions. Moreover, these were not the deaths of ordinary players, but guild elites. Currently, God's domain had only launched a short time ago. It was still impossible for current players to reach that island. Hence, before completing the hidden quest, Xiaofan had planned to try traveling there. If he succeeded and claimed the manatite vein, the development issues that would plague his future city would vanish. One could not complete a city by simply constructing an empty shell. The money and resources involved in a city's operation were astronomical. Even super guilds could barely afford to run a city, much less the current Zero Wing. The most important resource, of course, was the mana crystal. Unlike the magic tower, whose daily operation only cost 500 magic crystals, the mana tower cost 4,000 magic crystals each day. There were also many other establishments that required magic crystals as a power source. Now that the town's safety had been dealt with, he had to deal with the city's construction and developmental problems. He needed to claim a manatite vein. Originally, Xiaofan had not been particularly confident of reaching the island. Now that he had the swift dragon speedboat, however, his confidence grew. Following which, Xiaofan signed a contract with Rodney, stipulating that Rodney would work for Xiaofan for 3 months. The first task he assigned the master engineer was to construct the power source of his shipyard's new cargo ship. After settling his affairs with Rodney, Xiaofan left Dahl's workshop and prepared to make a trip to the savage wildland. As soon as Xiaofan reached the docks, he discovered many players shouting to form parties. "For waiting for two. We already have a boat ready. The route is guaranteed to be safe. We'll set off once we have 2 powerful level 39 DPS. Requesting companions to rent a boat together. Level 37 cleric looking for a party. Level 39 powerful MT looking for a strong party." Hundreds of players were trying to form parties. The scene was quite lively. Moreover, their requirements were high. This was nothing like White River City's party-forming area. Most of these parties were looking for players level 39 or above. Moreover, members must have secret silver rank equipment or above. "Fellow brother, are you looking to sail? Since you are alone, why don't you join our party? Once we reach an island, we'll split the items equally." As Xiaofan was walking towards the sea, a level 40 male elementalist suddenly approached and sent him an invitation. Although Xiaofan wore a black cloak, he had used the demon mask to adjust his appearance and displayed himself as a level 40 swordsman. Even among this crowd, players who had reached this level were rare. Originally, Xiaofan had thought of rejecting the invitation. However, when his eyes landed upon this male elementalist's name, a surprised expression briefly appeared on his face. Hovering Feather. In the past, everyone in the Apocalypse Empire had known this name. He had been known as the Tyrant of the Seas. Although he had only been a Tier 5 Grand Wizard during his peak, even Tier 6 God-ranked players tried not to provoke him. It had all been due to this man's ownership of 2 legendary items. Tier 6 God-ranked players had been no match for him, particularly out at sea. Chapter 1046, Ancient Ruins. Xiaofan had heard about many of Hovering Feather's miraculous deeds. During God's domain's early stages, Hovering Feather had been an independent player. By relying on his extraordinary strength and luck, he formed a considerably powerful adventurer team. However, for some unknown reason, he had provoked the super first-rate guild, Miracle. As a super first-rate guild and one of the Apocalypse Empire's 3 major powers, it would be a piece of cake to eliminate a single adventurer team. Sure enough, without any suspense, Hovering Feather and his team had been massacred. However, as if he were blessed by heaven, Hovering Feather had obtained a fragmented legendary item while exploring an island. This boosted his strength. In addition to the fact that he was an independent player, making him very difficult to track, even Miracle's experts had not been able to do anything to the man. Despite the guild having dispatched its apex experts numerous times, not only had they allowed Hovering Feather to escape every time, but the latter had also caused some damage. As Hovering Feather had risen to prominence in the Apocalypse Empire, one of his fellow brothers had sold him out and given his coordinates to Miracle. In the end, he had been surrounded, and the guild's experts had killed him. Not only had he lost his fragmented legendary item, but he had also lost nearly half of his equipment, decreasing his strength sharply. He lost the strength to contend with Miracle. As for the brother that had betrayed him, he had joined Miracle officially and became one of its core members. On the other hand, Hovering Feather's life in God's domain had hit rock bottom. Everyone had assumed that Hovering Feather had been finished. However, sometime later, the Elementalist had appeared in the public eye once again. Moreover, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation as he managed to defeat over a dozen apex experts from Miracle in a row, instantly becoming famous throughout God's domain. This incident had enraged Miracle. In response, the guild had dispatched a party led personally by an old monster to annihilate Hovering Feather. Yet, no one had expected Hovering Feather to survive and escape from the old monster's pursuit. However, this incident was precisely the reason that everyone had learned about Hovering Feather's secret. It turned out that, while the Elementalist had hidden from the public eye, he had come across a legendary item. It was this legendary item that had allowed Hovering Feather to escape the old monster. Afterward, Hovering Feather had learned how to play wisely. He would not ashore unless absolutely necessary, practically living out his time in God's domain out at sea. The sea was both vast and extremely dangerous. Even Miracle could not reach the Elementalist. Sometime later, the Battle Wolves took a fancy on Hovering Feather's potential and extended an olive branch. To exact his revenge on Miracle, Hovering Feather agreed to join Battle Wolves and became one of the Super Guild's mainstays. In the end, he had harassed and caused Miracle plenty of trouble during the guild's maritime exploration. Many independent players had lauded Hovering Feather's exploits as classics in God's domain. Xiaofan then glanced at the 4 players watching Hovering Feather from a distance. Among these 4 players, the lowest leveled was a level 38 Oracle, while the other 3 were all level 39 players. Including a level 40 Elementalist like Hovering Feather, the party was quite strong. "Which island are you guys heading to?" Xiaofan asked. Based on the previous timeline, Hovering Feather should only be starting to form his adventurer team right about now. Although it was somewhat difficult to rope him into Zero Wing, there was no harm in getting acquainted. If his route happened to pass by Hovering Feather's destination, he could let the Elementalist's party tag along. "Our destination is the distant Golden Sands Archipelago. Although the way there is somewhat dangerous, very few players have headed that way. The resources are still abundant. Even if we don't find treasure chests or special party dungeons, we can harvest quite a lot of materials for money. As for the route to the archipelago, our party already has a safe route from the secret pavilion. As long as we are careful, nothing will happen on our way," Hovering Feather explained quickly when he noticed Xiaofan's interest. "The Golden Sands Archipelago?" Surprise flashed in Xiaofan's eyes as he looked at Hovering Feather. Xiaofan had visited the Golden Sands Archipelago in the past. The archipelago was a medium-sized island and only a short distance away from the savage wildland. The archipelago was also very close to a dangerous sea zone. With players' current standards, the trip was very risky. However, Hovering Feather's achievements in the past had most likely been closely related to this risk-taking behavior. Had he played God's Domain like other ordinary players and only operated around the islands close to Ocean Viewing Town, he'd have to be absurdly lucky to achieve any notable feats. Risk and opportunity came hand in hand when exploring the sea. Meanwhile, the Golden Sands archipelago included considerably resource-rich islands. The most famous were the ancient ruins in the archipelago's core. There was a mysterious merchant inside these ancient ruins. Every week, this merchant would sell rare items. If one were lucky, they might even find the merchant while he had epic items for sale. However, the only form of currency this merchant accepted was magic crystals. Moreover, the conversion rate was not even half of the market price, making the exchange not worthwhile. Although, the merchant sometimes sold items that were worth the harsh prices. Xiaofan had planned to make a trip to the Golden Sands archipelago after he finished constructing the magic tower. However, making a trip to the archipelago before heading to the savage wildland wouldn't be a bad idea either. I can tag along with you. However, after we arrive at the location, I want to go off on my own. Will that be alright? Xiaofan asked. After giving the matter some thought, Hovering Feather nodded and said, I have no issues with it. In reality, reaching the destination safely by working together was the purpose of forming parties before a voyage. As for whether the party disbanded or not afterward, that was not important. After all, players could simply use the return scroll to teleport back to town. Following which, Hovering Feather led Xiaofan to convene with his other party members and introduced everyone. Currently, Xiaofan did nothing to disguise his name. He simply used his ID of Yifeng. His name might be famous in Star Moon Kingdom, but in the Apocalypse Empire, no one knew it, aside from the major powers experts or first-rate guilds upper echelons. Hence, Xiaofan did not bother to mask his name. Leader, you really are impressive. You even convinced a level 40 expert to join us. With this, we'll be much safer out at sea, a female oracle sporting a ponytail joyfully praised the man. The other three members also welcomed Xiaofang's participation. Among the players forming parties on the docks, the majority consisted of level 39 players, while level 40 players were extremely rare. Once players reached level 40, they could equip level 40 equipment. In terms of basic attributes, level 39 players were inferior to level 40 players by a large margin. If a party had a level 40 player, it would increase the party's overall strength significantly. With two level 40 players, even if they encountered a common sea monster, they could buy enough time to escape. With this, their party would have a much higher chance the Golden Sands archipelago alive. Since everyone's here, let's rent a boat. I suggest we rent a fishing boat with sails. We encountered a sea monster the last time went out on a boat without a sail. If not for our scapegoat, we would have shipwrecked. If we choose a smaller boat this time, with my current reputation, we should be able to rent a boat for 4 gold. Since you're as willing to sail with us, Brother Yifeng, you don't need to pay for the deposit or rental fee, Hovering Feather said. Nobody in the party had any issues with Hovering Feather's proposal. In Ocean Viewing Town, those who reached level 40 were extremely powerful experts. Normally, convincing such an expert to join their party was nearly impossible. How could they possibly ask Xiaofan to pay for the boat rental as well? As Hovering Feather was about to rent a boat, Xiaofan stopped him and said, "Please, wait a minute. I have a boat, so we don't need to waste money renting one." Chapter 1047, Empire's Focus. You have a boat? Hovering Feather asked, slightly surprised. Like mounts, boats were considered luxury items. Currently, an independent expert would be lucky if they had 1 or 2 gold coins on them. The better equipment an expert wore, the more costly their repair fees would be. Naturally, their expenditures were higher than other players as well. Moreover, there were concerns such as potions and scrolls. In the end, it wasn't easy to save a lot of money. Hence, in Ocean Viewing Town, despite some players having reached level 40, they could not afford to buy a common mount. Hovering Feather had wanted to form an adventurer team for a while now. He had also been quite lucky recently, having found several treasure chests in a row. After selling his harvest, he had quite a bit of spare money on hand, so he planned to splurge a little today and rent a fishing boat with sails. He had never imagined that Xiaofan was rich enough to own his own boat. "Leader, you've really found us an expert. We got really lucky this time. I wonder when our adventurer team will have our own boat? If we had one, we could reduce our costs when we go adventuring." The party members turned to Xiaofan enviously. Following which, under Xiaofang's lead, the party reached a slightly less populated section of the port. As everyone wondered why Xiaofan had moved them so far away, Xiaofan retrieved the glass bottle containing the swift dragon speedboat from his bag. He then began to chant an incantation to release the speedboat. A dark mist began to flow out of the glass bottle. Hovering Feather and the others' eyes nearly fell from their sockets as they watched. Generally, the mist from glass bottles holding ordinary fishing boats only expanded to about 10 yards. Even if it were a slightly larger fishing boat, the mist would, at most, expand 20 yards, yet the mist from Xiaofang's bottle stretched out over a full 40 yards. That was double the size of Ocean Viewing Town's best fishing boat. "I'm not seeing things, right? This is a speedboat. It looks so cool. Look at the ship's bow. It even has a cannon. Crap, the entire ship's covered in magic patterns. That's not right. Even the high-ranking speedboats I saw NPCs use didn't have magic patterns." Hovering Feather and the others were captivated by the swift dragon speedboat's elegance. "Let's go." Xiaofan was quite satisfied with his speedboat. The swift dragon speedboat had a streamlined appearance. Faint lights also circled its hull. It was the most elegant speedboat Xiaofan had ever seen. Moreover, its engine was made of 2 parts. Without the engine, it relied on the wind in its sails. If he were not satisfied with the boat's speed, he could use magic crystals as a power source to gain more speed. However, this mode cost 1 magic crystal per 10 minutes, which was the equivalent of 25 silver every 10 minutes. That was practically a day's income for an ordinary expert. When Xiaofan finished admiring his speedboat, he led the party to the boat's deck. As Xiaofan released the swift dragon speedboat, the distant passers-by were stupefied. "What kind of boat is that? Could some Super Guild's expert team have come to our Ocean Viewing Town? That boat looks amazing. I wonder which Apex adventurer team that is. I have to join them." Swiftly, word of the swift dragon speedboat caused a commotion throughout Ocean Viewing Town. Upon hearing this news, members of the various adventurer teams and guilds began to ask around for information on the speedboat. When players began to approach to take a closer look, Xiaofan activated the vessel. The magic patterns around the boat's hull emitted a light blue glow. As if a sharp sword had pierced the seawater, it parted away from the speedboat. Following which, the swift dragon speedboat began to move as a gust of wind blew by. Compared to the swift dragon speedboat's movement speed, the fishing boats with sails looked like snails. In the blink of an eye, the secret silver speedboat passed these fishing boats, no slower than bronze mounts on land. Rapidly, the swift dragon speedboat grew smaller in everyone's view before disappearing as if it had never graced Ocean Viewing Town. Isn't it a little too fast? My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? How can a boat be that fast? Don't tell me we've encountered the legendary ghost ship. That shouldn't be it. I saw a few players boarding the ship a moment ago. It must be a speedboat that some god-ranked experts own. I wish I had a speedboat. I'd buy one even if I had to go bankrupt. With your pocket change, you can't afford that boat's rudder, much less the entire thing. The players on the docks gaped as they watched the swift dragon speedboat disappear, shuddering with an indescribable excitement. At the same time, news of the swift dragon speedboat had spread to the ears of the various large guilds' upper echelons in the Apocalypse Empire. A high-ranking speedboat? Find a way to contact the owner immediately. Our guild must have that speedboat. Almost every upper echelon of the various guilds gave out the command to find the speedboat's owner. The resources on God's domain's islands and sea were far more abundant on land. However, exploring the ocean was too difficult. This difficulty wasn't due to players' lack of strength, but their ships' lack of strength. Fishing boats couldn't contend with sea monsters. It was even more impossible to rely on fishing boats to plunder treasures in dangerous sea zones. However, it would be a different story if their guilds had a high-ranking speedboat. If they formed a team of experts to explore with said speedboat, their harvest could be even greater than raiding large-scale team dungeons. Unlike islands, large-scale team dungeons had a cooldown once they were raided. Moreover, players needed far more time to explore and raid large-scale team dungeons. Now that income from dungeons had hit a bottleneck, the Apocalypse Empire's various large guilds needed to transition their development towards the sea. Big Sis Rain, news just came in. It seems that a high-ranking speedboat has been sighted in Ocean Viewing Town. Moreover, it seems that the speedboat is of an even higher rank than NPCs. Upon receiving this news, Blue Phoenix contacted Phoenix Rain immediately. She also forwarded the images and videos of the Swift Dragon speedboat. Upon seeing the video, Phoenix Rain's expression turned serious. Due to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion ownership of the Town of Beginnings, the pavilion had begun placing greater importance on maritime exploration. Phoenix Rain had seen plenty of speedboats on the ocean. However, those speedboats were nowhere near as fast as this. Blue, begin an investigation on that boat immediately. While you're at it, spread word that the pavilion is willing to purchase that speedboat for a high price. Phoenix Rain commanded. I'll get it done right away, Blue Phoenix nodded repeatedly. Interesting. If Miracle has this speedboat, we can complete our quest in that dangerous sea zone. Send someone to Ocean Viewing Town. Find a way to get that speedboat, use whatever means necessary, a man in his 50s growled. Although this man was already in his 50s and looked as if he had survived many of life's vicissitudes, his body radiated a frightening aura that caused the level 40 Apex experts around him to shudder involuntarily. These experts lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. Vice Guild Leader, please rest assured. We will complete this task, the several Apex experts declared. While Xiaofan sailed towards the Golden Sands archipelago, without his knowledge, he had become a focus in the Apocalypse Empire. Practically every guild in the Empire discussed his Swift Dragon speedboat. The Swift Dragon speedboat really is fast. This should have been close to a 20-hour journey. Now, we can reach the archipelago in 5 hours. I wonder how fast this boat moves if I spend magic crystals. Shock filled Xiaofan's head as he watched the outline of the Golden Sands archipelago appear on the horizon. Chapter 1048, Expanding into the Apocalypse Empire. So fast. Hovering Feather could not help but rub his eyes as he looked at the massive mountain range in the distance. He found it hard to believe what he was seeing was true. Although he could tell from the strong winds pushing against his face that the Swift Dragon speedboat was moving rapidly, he never imagined that the speedboat would actually be this fast. It was definitely much faster than the fishing boats they had used before. Time was money. This was a saying that the gnomes of God's domain loved saying the most. This saying was perfectly appropriate for adventurer teams like theirs, which made a living on the seas. Ordinary players might not understand this, but as a veteran player who frequently fought on the seas, Hovering Feather was quite aware of the terrifying consequences this sort of time savings could bring. Many islands possessed extremely abundant resources, even the high-resource maps on dry land could not compare. However, they had a very severe drawback: the journey to these islands was simply too time-consuming. Generally, players could remain in God's domain for only 30 hours or so and use the rest of the time for work, studies, and such activities in the real world. On land, guild players might need only 5 or 6 hours to travel to a high-resource map to level up. Afterwards, they would have over 20 hours to spend grinding at the map before having to return to a city to rest. On the other hand, Maritime players usually spent around 20 hours just searching for a high-resource island, leaving only 10 hours to grind monsters. Yet, despite this gap in actual grinding time, Maritime players still managed to keep up with guild players' levels. One could see just how effective it was to level up on high-resource islands. Meanwhile, players could also come across rare materials and good weapons and equipment more readily on high-resource islands. If one's travel time at sea got shortened to around 5 hours only, they could spend over 20 hours grinding on a high-resource island. With this, their leveling speed would be 2 or 3 times faster than that of players grinding at high-resource maps on land. 2 to 3 times the leveling speed of guild players. Just thinking about it excited Hovering Feather. At that time, it would be child's play to overtake the leveling maniacs on the Apocalypse Empire's ranking list. For now, though, he merely fantasized about this situation. An item like the Swift Dragon Speedboat was simply too rare. It was not an item he could get his hands on. Just who is he? Hovering Feather could not help turning to look at Xiaofan and gulping. At this moment, even if he was a fool, he could tell that his party had encountered a true expert. Otherwise, how could Xiaofan possibly possess such a powerful speedboat? Hovering Feather wasn't the only one who realized this problem. The other members of his party had likewise come to a similar appreciation. So this is a real expert. I've always thought that such experts were arrogant and aloof bastards. I never thought that experts were actually such approachable people. I wonder if he has a girlfriend already. I want to introduce him to my younger sister. What? You have a younger sister? Why don't I know about this? What kind of friend are you? We've known each other for so long, yet you didn't even introduce her to a handsome man like myself. Scram. Although she isn't related to me by blood, I can't possibly push her into a pit of fire. Alright, enough. Be serious. The expert is walking over. Only after Hovering Feather interrupted their hushed discussion did everyone notice that Xiaofan had already walked over to them. At this moment, when they looked at Xiaofan again, they suddenly felt that Xiaofan's figure seemed bigger than before. They also felt a heavy pressure bearing down on their bodies. We've arrived. I had a very good time chatting with you all during the journey. However, I still have some matters I need to attend to, so let's part ways here, Xiaofan said. He could not help but smile as he looked at everyone suddenly taking a cautious attitude towards him. On their way here, they had not encountered any danger. Even when they met with sea monsters, it took very little effort to shake off the monsters with the Swift Dragon Speedboat speed. Hence, during their 5-hour journey, they had mainly been chatting and joking with each other. Through their conversations, Xiaofan had also learned much about the Apocalypse Empire. The information that interested him the most was the Empire's maritime situation. In the past, as he mainly operated around Star Moon Kingdom, he did not know much about the Apocalypse Empire, particularly the Empire's current state of affairs. The Apocalypse Empire was a coastal country. Its development path was slightly different from Star Moon Kingdom's, which mainly focused on land. This divergence was considerably beneficial during the mid-late stage of God's domain. After the game entered its mid-late stage, the competition on land became increasingly intense. The reason for this was the sheer scarcity of high-level maps. Moreover, high-level maps were usually located at the borders between countries, prompting the guilds of various countries to wage war for resources. With so many guilds fighting over a limited number of maps, one could just imagine how little resources each guild could obtain. However, it was a different story for the sea. There were far more islands than there were players and guilds to occupy and harvest them. For coastal countries that had long since developed their maritime power, gaining a large amount of resources and continuously improving their own guilds did not take much effort. As for guilds that realized this only then, how could they possibly contend against these coastal guilds? Hence, it was extremely important for Zero Wing to develop its strength at sea. However, developing a guild's maritime power was not an easy task. This endeavor required massive amounts of resources and manpower. At the same time, said guild also needed to have territory along the coast. The Apocalypse Empire had a total of 26 NPC coastal towns and cities. Of these, 3 were cities, while the remaining 23 were towns. Ocean Viewing Town was the most inconspicuous one. The 3 major powers of the empire had already claimed the 3 coastal cities, leaving no room for other guilds to intervene. Fortunately, these 3 major powers did not pay much attention to the 23 coastal towns. Although other large guilds were contesting for control over these towns, it was not entirely impossible for Zero Wing to try and get a share of the pie. From Hovering Feather and his party members' conversations, Xiaofan had found out that 6 of the 23 towns remained ownerless. Hence, he decided to have Immortal Light, Zero Wing's subordinate guild, come and develop at these towns. In any case, Sindhart, the guild leader of Immortal Light, had yet to decide where he would develop his guild next. Hence, he might as well serve as Zero Wing's spearhead. If Zero Wing abruptly expanded its influence into these towns, it would no doubt attract the attention of the 3 major powers. In that case, even before Zero Wing could start developing, it would have already been squeezed to death. However, Immortal Light was different. It was a small guild that was not even considered a third-rate guild. None of the local large guilds would pay attention to it if it expanded into these towns. As for the 3 major powers, Immortal Light's existence was no different from air to them. With Zero Wing's current foundations, it was definitely possible to let Immortal Light take advantage of the situation. If Immortal Light could establish its roots at these coastal towns, its presence would be of great help to Zero Wing's development in the future. Afterwards, Xiaofan added Hovering Feather and the others as friends. He also mentioned to them that he was willing to purchase any rare materials the party found for a high price. He was even willing to exchange using high-quality weapons and equipment. This offer fanned Hovering Feather's gratitude towards him. To independent players like them, the most difficult things to obtain were high-quality weapons and equipment. If they had these things, their adventurer team would have a much easier time developing in the future. After parting ways with Hovering Feather's party, Xiaofan found a deserted location and used the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before a small cabin beside a lake. This mundane cabin was none other than the most famous Golden Sands exchange shop, located in ancient ruins in the Golden Sands Archipelago's core area. In the past, this place had been crowded with players. Practically every large guild in the Apocalypse Empire would send people over daily to snatch up any rare items in the exchange shop as soon as they appeared. Now, however, there was nobody here to compete with Xiaofan over these rare items. He could take his sweet time making his picks. Just as Xiaofang's hand grasped the handlebar and was about to push the cabin's door open, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, congratulations. You are the first person to have discovered the Golden Sands exchange shop. Do you wish to pay 10,000 magic crystals to become a member of the exchange shop? Chapter 1049, Popular Battle Arena. Become a member? Shifeng's eyes immediately lit up with joy when he received this notification. The exchange shop operated by its mysterious merchant had two modes of exchange. One mode was available to all players. The other mode was limited to members of the exchange shop. In the past, Shifeng had yearned to become a member of the shop. Unfortunately, obtaining membership was not that easy. Based on his understanding, there were two ways to become a member of the exchange shop. The first one was very normal, and that was to achieve a certain number of transactions and trade volume with the exchange shop. One needed to make 30 consecutive transactions with the shop as well as attain a total trade volume of 5 million magic crystals. The number of transactions was not calculated based on the number of exchanges made but on the number of times the Golden Sands exchange shop refreshed its stock. The exchange shop would only refresh its stock of rare items once a week. In other words, one needed to visit the shop for 30 weeks in a row and make a huge purchase every week. If one were to stop even once midway, their count would have to start all over again. However, the number of transactions was only secondary. The key point was that the required trade volume was ridiculous. In reality, even if a player visited the exchange shop 30 times in a row and purchased plenty of items on every visit, they would still have great difficulty achieving the required trade volume. This was true even when they encountered valuable items up for exchange. There also weren't a lot of useful items up for exchange in the shop. Hence, unless one was willing to take a loss and purchase useless items at above market price, it was practically impossible to achieve the required trade volume. Moreover, magic crystals were a strategic resource to guilds. It would be foolish to spend them wastefully. Hence, Shifeng had never managed to become a shop member in the past. The other method to become a member was through killing the boss monsters inside the ancient ruins, which had a chance of dropping fragments of an ancient stone tablet. If one could complete a set of the fragments and hand it over to the mysterious merchant, one would likewise become a member of the exchange shop. Only, the drop rate for the tablet fragments was criminally low. In addition, there were very few bosses in the ancient ruins. The time they took to respawn was also very long. It was practically impossible for an ordinary large guild to gather enough fragments to complete a set. Shifeng could still clearly remember that in the past, a single tablet fragment had been worth at least 1,000 gold. Even so, the supply was far from enough to meet the demand. As long as a tablet fragment went up for sale, the various large guilds would buy it almost instantly. So there's also such a benefit for the first person to discover the exchange shop. Luckily, I came here before anyone else did. Shifeng inwardly celebrated. Players who became a member of the Golden Sands exchange shop would enjoy very excellent benefits. The first benefit was that members were allowed to enter the second floor of the exchange shop and exchange for the items there. For the second benefit, members would receive a 20% discount on all items on the first floor. For the third benefit, members would receive a teleportation crystal. In the future, they would no longer need to waste time traveling to the shop. Instead, they could teleport directly to it. Though the crystal had a cooldown of 12 hours, it would still provide great convenience. It could also help players travel quickly to the Golden Sands archipelago, allowing much more time for players to spend on leveling up. Following which, Shifeng clicked Agree to become a member of the exchange shop. System: you do not have the required number of magic crystals. You have 48 hours to collect 10,000 magic crystals. If you are unable to collect them in time, it will be considered as you forfeiting this opportunity. What a short time limit. Shifeng smiled bitterly. Currently, Zero Wing's income for magic crystals was indeed considerable. However, its expenditure of the precious resource was also very high. He had prepared only 3,000 magic crystals for the trip this time. Having no other choice, Shifeng took out the Abyss pendant and set a teleportation marker in front of the small cabin. He then took out a guild transfer scroll and activated it. Along with a white flash, Shifeng disappeared from the Golden Sands archipelago. Star Moon Kingdom, Stone Forest Town, Zero Wings Residence. Why are there so many players here? Shifeng was surprised by the crowd of members in the main hall. Currently, Zero Wings Residence was extraordinarily lively. Normally, there would only be several hundred guild members lurking around the first-floor hall. Now, however, Shifeng could see more than 1,000 present. Today's PvP match was awesome. Since coming into the game, this is the first time I've managed to achieve such a high standard with my techniques. I know, right? If I could spar at the battle arena for a few more hours every day, it won't be long before I can give the Trial Tower's 4th floor a try. At that time, I'll become an elite member of the guild and receive a 20% discount when I visit the battle arena. Forget about it. Didn't you see how many players were crowding into the battle arena today? If not for us being Zero Wing members, we wouldn't get a turn even after queuing up for a day. And you want to fight several times a day? Didn't you notice the looks those independent players were giving us when we entered the combat room? If looks could kill, we would have died multiple times back there. I was just thinking about it. I wonder when our guild will occupy another town. It'd be fine even if the town's surrounding environment is poor. As long as the guild sets up another battle arena there, we would be able to have some fun there, too, every day. Guild members were chatting merrily in the main hall. When they spoke about the battle arena, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They could not help but wish they could spend more time training there. Unfortunately, there were simply too many players trying to get into the establishment. Hence, the battle arena had limited every player's usage of its combat rooms to no more than 1 hour per day. Moreover, the original price of 1 silver per hour had also risen to 2 silver per hour. Even so, an endless number of players still waited to enter the battle arena. There just was not enough combat rooms to go around. This situation relieved Shifeng. He could not help but admit that the battle arena was worth every coin he spent on it. Even without him doing anything, the advanced NPC managers would automatically deal with everything related to the battle arena. For example, the NPC managers would make adjustments to the pricing based on market conditions. Moreover, they would also provide corresponding preferential treatment to Zero Wings members. The NPCs had even set up a membership system for the battle arena. Those who became a member of the arena would enjoy priority entry into the establishment. They would also receive discounts on their expenditures. Meanwhile, in order to become a member of the battle arena, one needed to pay a registration fee of 100 magic crystals, which was non-refundable. If one wanted to get back their magic crystals, they could only do so by buying each crystal back for 20 silver. Personally, Shifeng felt that the membership fee of 100 magic crystals was a little too steep. However, the NPC managers had obviously done their market research because after they promulgated this rule, over 100 players had promptly registered to become members. At this point, the battle arena already had over 300 members. Just like the treatment that the normal members of Zero Wing received, these arena members had priority in entering combat rooms. At the same time, they also enjoyed a 10% discount when using the establishment services. Due to this benefit, the number of players trying to join Zero Wing had also exploded. Currently, word had already gone around that becoming a member of Zero Wing was equivalent to gaining 100 magic crystals. No other guild could offer this treatment. If one managed to become an elite member, the treatment they received was even more amazing. Not only did they receive a 20% discount, but they also received even greater priority in entering combat rooms. Just as Shifeng stepped out of the residence's main entrance to take a look at today's magic crystal income, a notification came from the system informing him that he had received a message. It seems they're finally unable to continue sitting still. Shifeng's lips curled up into a smile as he read the message. Chapter 1050, Town's frightening transformation. Stone Forest Town, Blue Moon High-Class Bar. As the only high-class bar in Stone Forest Town, the Blue Moon High-Class Bar hardly had any ordinary players patronizing it for entertainment, as the prices here were extremely high. Generally, only wealthy elite players would come here occasionally. Now that Stone Forest Town's player population had skyrocketed, even the high-class bar was not spared from the traffic increase. However, compared to the ordinary bars in town, the Blue Moon was still a quiet establishment with few customers. Just as the elite players inside the Blue Moon were excitedly discussing the newly opened battle arena in Stone Forest Town, two people, a man and a woman, suddenly entered the high-class bar. The instant these two people appeared, the entire building fell silent, everyone's eyes focused on this pair. Of the two, the man was level 41. The equipment he wore actually gave off the glowing effect unique to epic items, a dazzling sight to elite players. However, the more eye-catching one between these two people would still have to be the heavenly beauty standing beside the man. Although the woman wore blood-red armor, the armor itself failed to conceal her perfect and enchanting curves. Just looking at her body could cause one to fall into a reverie. She had a delicate, oval face and beautiful eyes. Every one of her movements also exuded a natural elegance. In addition, she carried a long sword that radiated a golden glow on her back. No one in the room could pull their gaze away from her. Who is that beauty? Why don't we go get acquainted with her? Shoo. Speak softer. To think that you guys actually dare have designs on her. Are you all tired of living? We're just going to make her acquaintance. Is there a need to be so careful? Do you know her? Who is she? Do you not see the guild emblem she is wearing? That's the secret pavilion's emblem. Her name is Purple Jade. She is one of the pavilion's top experts and has been named a peerless genius by the pavilion. I heard that she managed to defeat Sacred Temple's Swordmeister, Ruthless Sky, a few days ago. Apparently, her next challenge is Miracle's sword freak, Miracle Dragon. Why is a genius like her here? Who knows? Maybe she's here to experience the battle arena. The players in the hall began discussing Purple Jade, who had suddenly appeared. As for Yuan Tianxin, who stood beside her, he got ignored by everyone. After all, the feat of defeating the Swordmeister Ruthless Sky was simply too amazing. The Sacred Temple was a super guild. Meanwhile, Ruthless Sky was an expert who had been famous for many years now. Practically nobody in the virtual gaming world was unaware of him. Nevertheless, this young and peerless beauty actually defeated such an expert. This news was far more shocking than if Ruthless Sky had lost to some random nobody. After taking a look around the room, Yuan Tianxin could not help but shake his head and chuckle as he said, "There are too many people here. Let's go upstairs." Purple Jade simply gave a silent nod in response. As for the gazes everyone inside the bar was directing at her, she paid no attention to them whatsoever. Or to put it in another way, she had long since learned to treat these players as air. After all, she had become the secret pavilion's most dazzling star the moment she joined the pavilion. Normally, there was not a single moment when she was not under close observation. She had grown used to receiving such gazes long ago. Stone Forest Town really is becoming increasingly amazing. I never thought that even a genius from the secret pavilion would come here. I know, right? Just a while ago, I saw several well-known experts of Star Moon Kingdom inside the battle arena. I'm betting that it won't be long before Stone Forest Town becomes the gathering place of expert players. I've decided. From now on, Stone Forest Town will be my main base of operations. I wonder when Stone Forest Town will sell personal houses? Even if I have to bankrupt myself, I must buy one. Stop dreaming. If Stone Forest Town really starts selling houses right now, those experts would buy them up in an instant. I heard that if you want to obtain a personal house in Stone Forest Town, there is currently only one way to do so, and that is by participating in the Battle Arenas tournament. As long as you rank within the top 5 of the 4th floor tournament, you'll get to enter the 5th floor and receive a personal room. Also, I heard that if you rank within the top 10 on the 5th floor, you'll even receive a personal advanced combat room. You don't need to tell me that. I've long since signed up for that tournament. Only, the registration fee is somewhat steep. It actually cost me half a magic crystal. If I can't survive 3 rounds, I won't even get to earn back my registration fee. Hee hee. I'm not aiming high. I'll be happy as long as I can survive 5 rounds and earn some money. As for reaching the top 5, I don't even dare think about it. Most likely, only those famous experts in the kingdom will be able to fight for those positions. Players like us have no chance at all. While everyone was raving about the battle arena, Yuan Tiexian, who walked by them, could not help but sigh inwardly when he overheard their conversation, a somber expression on his face. Compared to ordinary players, he was much more informed about Stone Forest Town's situation. Currently, even ordinary players were optimistic about Stone Forest Town's prospects. One could just imagine how much development potential the town had. Some time ago, Stone Forest Town's value was nothing to the secret pavilion. However, due to the construction of the Magic Tower as well as the increasingly popular battle arena, the town now had an immeasurable future. Even Yuan Tiexian had to admit that. Hence, he and Purple Jade had also come to Stone Forest Town. Despite their having been gone for only a few days, Stone Forest Town had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. Even he had received a fright when he arrived in town just now. Practically all the players roaming the streets were at the standard of elite players. Among them were many level 38 and level 39 experts. At this stage of the game, this was a scene that could only be found in the imperial capitals of empires, yet such a scene had now appeared in a player-owned town. Yuan Tiexian found this situation utterly inconceivable. Yuan Tiexian could already tell that a lot of experts would definitely be gathering at Stone Forest Town in the future. He had to admit that Zero Wing was truly wise to construct the battle arena. Not only could the guild earn magic crystals this way, but this method also allowed the guild to recruit expert players more easily. In addition, the battle arena had attracted many elite players to join Zero Wing. This was practically killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Right now, even the secret pavilion was incapable of such a feat. Uncle Yuan, do you think Zero Wing will really agree to the guild leader's conditions? Purple Jade asked curiously as she looked at Yuan Tiexian. Relax. Since the guild leader has already said so, he naturally is confident, Yuan Tiexian said, chuckling. Moreover, I don't think Zero Wing will refuse the offer either. It is indeed true that Zero Wing has grown a lot stronger. However, its foundations are still too poor. Not to mention, the Blackwater Corporation is fully intent on getting a share of God's domain. It is simply impossible for Zero Wing to continue developing in Starmoon Kingdom. But there are also quite a number of experts in Zero Wing. Previously, I watched Zero Wing's members training at the Battle Tower. Those people have very good potential and strength. As long as they are given some time, it won't be impossible for Zero Wing to make a comeback, Purple Jade said. She could not help but recall Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and the other members of Zero Wing who had trained in the Secret Pavilion simulation training system. The speed of their improvement had shocked even someone like herself. In addition, Zero Wing's members possessed extraordinary equipment in God's domain. It still wasn't guaranteed that the Blackwater Guild could do anything to Zero Wing. You're entertaining such thoughts because you still don't know how fearsome the Blackwater Corporation actually is. There is a reason why the corporation can boast its current achievements in the fighting industry. Not to mention, Zero Wing no longer has much time left, Yuan Tiexian said, shaking his head. He could not help pitying Zero Wing. Zero Wing could only blame itself for its bad luck. Of all the countries in God's domain, the Blackwater Corporation just had to choose Star Moon Kingdom to be its staging point. Zero Wing simply had no chance of surviving this predicament. Just as Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade were conversing, a knock came from the doors of the VIP room. Yuan Tianxin then released the lock on the doors. As the doors opened slowly, a figure that was not particularly tall appeared before Yuan Tianxin's and Purple Jade's eyes. How can this be possible? Yuan Tianxin's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this figure, his expression turning very grim. This figure belonged to none other than Xiaofan, whom Yuan Tianxin was familiar with. Only, right now, Xiaofan was actually level 44. Chapter 1051, Monster Army. How is he so high-leveled? Purple Jade's eyes flashed with shock as she stared at Xiaofan slowly walking over to them. Currently, even the highest-leveled player in the secret pavilion was only level 42. Moreover, that person was the pavilion's famous leveling maniac, who was also the #1 player on the Fire Wing Empire's ranking list, Sleepless Star. However, aside from Sleepless Star's personal strength, the reason he managed to come out on top in the Fire Wing Empire was the resources the secret pavilion supplied him with. Yet, Xiaofan, a member of Zero Wing's upper echelon who was frequently busy dealing with guild affairs, had actually managed to reach level 44. This was truly inconceivable. However, rather than Xiaofan's level, what surprised Purple Jade the most was the danger she picked up from him. Moreover, her alarm bells rang increasingly louder, the closer Xiaofan got to her. What a terrifying monster! Yuan Tianxin was much more experienced than Purple Jade, so he could tell very clearly just how much Xiaofan had improved since they last met. Smiling bitterly, he could not help shaking his head as he said, "Jade, it seems it will be impossible for you to test Yifeng's bottom line this time. Right now, he is no longer just strong. His strength is already at an entirely different level from ours." Previously, when Yuan Tianxin had met Xiaofan, the latter had contained his aura exceptionally well, proof that the youth's control over his body had already reached a realm of perfection. However, this time, Xiaofan failed to contain his aura that well when he moved. What did this mean? The only explanation for this was that Xiaofang's power was so strong that even an expert like himself could not adapt to it properly. Hence, he was unable to contain his aura completely. When Purple Jade heard this, disappointment flashed across her eyes. In reality, her purpose in following Yuan Tianxin to Stone Forest Town this time was so that she could spar with Xiaofan and hopefully learn some of his techniques. However, if the gap in strength was too wide, Xiaofan could easily defeat her even without utilizing any profound techniques. With this, rather than a spar, she would simply be asking for a beating. "Uncle Yuan, may I know why you have come looking for me this time?" Xiaofan asked unhurriedly. Truthfully, he already knew why the secret pavilion had come looking for him. With the popularity of Stone Forest Town's battle arena right now, even a transcendental power like the secret pavilion would not be able to sit still and do nothing. Currently, Stone Forest Town's development was still in its early stages. Aside from its geographical advantage, which allowed players to save up on travel time, it did not possess any actual advantage over other towns. This made it very difficult for the town to turn a profit and attract players. Establishing a money-making venture like the battle arena to draw players to the town represented a much more advanced business model. Only, operating a successful battle arena would be very difficult without the magic tower. "The secret pavilion wishes to conduct a trade with Zero Wing," Yuan Tianxin said as he retrieved a prepared contract from his bag. He then handed the contract over to Xiaofan and said, "The conditions stated inside are definitely what Zero Wing wants the most right now. Meanwhile, what the secret pavilion wants in exchange is the magic tower design." What Zero Wing wants most? Xiaofan could not help but take a curious look at the contract. After spending several minutes to scan through the contract, Xiaofan realized that it was indeed just a simple trade. In summary, the secret pavilion would provide a kingdom for Zero Wing to develop in so that it could avoid annihilation by the Blackwater Guild. Meanwhile, all Zero Wing needed to do was hand over the magic tower design to the secret pavilion. The contract had other minor conditions, but that was basically the long and short of it. This is the condition that the secret pavilion is offering? Xiaofan asked strangely after he was done reading the contract. Although Zero Wing's foundation was not comparable to the Blackwater Guilds, the current Zero Wing was no trifling opponent. It would not be so easy for Blackwater to remove Zero Wing from Star Moon Kingdom. It was especially true now that Stone Forest Town had the magic tower. Xiaofan truly could not understand why the secret pavilion held such an optimistic view of Blackwater's prospects. However, the secret pavilion's information gathering was matchless in the virtual gaming world. Since the pavilion was so assured of Blackwater's victory, it definitely had reasons to believe so. Xiaofan just did not know what those reasons were. That's right. This is the condition the secret pavilion is offering. This is a trade that will bring only good and no harm to Zero Wing, Yuan Tianxin said determinedly. I understand what you are thinking, it is impossible for Zero Wing to lose. But what will you think after looking at this? Saying so, Yuan Tianxin sent a few video recordings to Xiaofan. Xiaofan promptly clicked to view the videos. And he was stunned when the first video started playing. This is. The video had been recorded from the top of a mountain using a magic mirror. Meanwhile, the location displayed was none other than Black Ridge Town, which the video showed as being infested with monsters that were level 50 and above. There were even level 60 and above lords and great lords among them, as well as the one-horned humanoid monsters that Xiaofan was extremely familiar with. Only, there was a huge disparity between the numbers of these humanoid monsters shown in the video and the report he received from his subordinates. Previously, there had only been several hundred humanoid monsters residing in the town. Now, however, there were over 4,000 of them. Moreover, a few of these humanoid monsters had even reached level 60 already, their HPs breaching 30 million, equivalent to a level 60 Great Lord, and there were actually 5 of them. The development speed of these monsters made even Xiaofan shudder. Aside from these monsters, Xiaofan could also vaguely make out a figure wearing a black cloak. Meanwhile, the next few videos showed a mysterious cloaked person conversing with Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave. Unfortunately, as the person recording these videos had been too far away, the video did not include the contents of their conversation. However, the appearance of this mysterious person was somewhat similar to the figure wearing a black cloak in Black Ridge Town. Are you trying to say that these monsters are under the Blackwater Guild's control? Xiaofan asked Yuan Tianxin. That's right. Although we're not sure what kind of relationship the two possess, those monsters should support Blackwater's overall direction. Moreover, just recently, we've also received news that Blackwater has secretly joined hands with Pantheon. Knowing this, how long do you think Zero Wing will be able to hold on? Moreover, the longer this stalemate lasts, the more disadvantageous it will be for Zero Wing. After all, those monsters are simply developing too quickly, Yuan Tianxin said earnestly. Not to mention Zero Wing, even the secret pavilion might not be able to hold off all those monsters. The common beast-type monsters might be manageable, but those one-horned humanoid monsters were a different story. They possessed not only very high combat standards but also similarly high intelligence. It would already be very troublesome dealing with one of those humanoid monsters at the level 50 Lord standard, let alone a level 60 Great Lord. With 5 of these Great Lords leading them, the 4,000-plus humanoid monsters could easily flatten a player town. What was more, there was still the endless horde of beast-type monsters. This was a force that current players simply could not contend with. In addition, the Blackwater Guild had its own forces. Combined with the monster army, Blackwater was practically invincible in Star Moon Kingdom. The only way out for Zero Wing right now was to shift its base of operations to another location. Avoiding a confrontation with Blackwater was the best option. Chapter 1052, War Approaches. Yuan Tiexin had anticipated seeing an expression of fear on Shifeng's face after his explanation. However, even after some time had passed, Shifeng's expression remained unchanged. "Aren't you worried about Stone Forest Town's safety?" Yuan Tiexin asked. "You should know that Black Ridge Town is only a short distance away from Stone Forest Town. If those monsters take action, they need only 10 hours or so to gather at Stone Forest Town's entrance. With the strength of those monsters in addition to Blackwater's various experts, it is impossible for you to hold them off without level 150 guards, using just the defense turrets you've built. I believe you also know that the attacks of those turrets are very easy to see through, and are short range. At long distances, elite players will be able to avoid their attacks. Not to mention, even the most inferior of those monsters possesses the standards of elite players. The turrets will pose practically no danger to those monsters whatsoever. You should understand what those monsters are capable of. If Blackwater takes action now, Stone Forest Town has no chance of winning. If Zero Wing sells the magic tower design to our secret pavilion, we can provide you with a kingdom with a very safe environment to develop in. It will be enough to let Zero Wing recover back to its peak within a short time. Right now, the longer you delay your decision, the greater the losses you will suffer. Hopefully, Zero Wing makes a decision soon. If you wish to negotiate the conditions, contact us at any time." Following which, Yuan Tiexin left the VIP room together with Purple Jade. In Yuan Tiexin's opinion, Shifeng could not make a decision on such an important matter. The youth definitely needed to discuss things with that mysterious guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame. "Uncle Yuan, has Pantheon really joined hands with Blackwater?" Purple Jade could not help but ask. Pantheon was a bona fide super guild. If it had indeed entered into an alliance with Blackwater, Zero Wing would have no chance of victory whatsoever in the upcoming war. Although Zero Wing had a lot of powerful experts for an upstart guild, in front of Pantheon, a guild whose history spanned several decades, that number of experts was not worth mentioning. The war this time would be different from when Zero Wing went up against the Star Alliance's elite army and the experts of the Flower of Seven Sins. Previously, Zero Wing's weapon of war had caught the Star Alliance's army by surprise. The Star Alliance's elite army had no way at all of defending against it. Currently, Pantheon could easily annihilate Zero Wing's experts by dispatching any one of its core legions. Moreover, Pantheon's resources were far superior to the Star Alliance's. The Super Guild would have no problem taking out a few weapons of war. In fact, just recently, Pantheon had relied on weapons of war to take down a town heavily protected by the Dark Forces, instantly establishing its position in an empire. Right now, Zero Wing's future was like a mirage that could disappear at any time. This information has already been confirmed. As long as Blackwater starts moving, Pantheon will dispatch 3 of its core legions to support Blackwater. If Zero Wing doesn't come to a decision in time, it will suffer even greater losses later on, Yuan Tiexin said, nodding. Hopefully, Zero Wing decides as soon as possible. It seems I've truly underestimated the Blackwater Corporation. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile as he scrutinized the information from Yuan Tiexin several more times. Not to mention the current Blackwater Corporation, even in the past, despite the corporation having had such a late start in God's domain, it had still managed to develop a super guild within a short time. Moreover, he never imagined that Pantheon would actually stick a hand in Star Moon Kingdom's business. With Zero Wing's current state, the guild truly did not possess many means of retaliation. It could only rely on the magic tower to defend Stone Forest Town now. However, defending against so many monsters was impossible with just a single magic tower. Fortunately, the situation was still salvageable. At the very least, he had found out the Blackwater Corporation's trump card in advance. Even if Blackwater decided to take action right this instant, its armies would need over 10 hours to reach Stone Forest Town. Following which, Xiaofan contacted Melancholic Smile and instructed, Melancholic, have everyone return to the Candlelight Trading Firm right now. I have something that I need you all to do. But, Guild Leader, we still have quite a lot of time remaining. It would be a huge waste if we return now, Melancholic Smile argued, reluctance written her face. Living in Titan City felt like heaven. Their technical skills improved significantly every day. Advanced lifestyle players also emerged in their group one after another. It would truly be a huge loss to leave the holy city before their time was up. Relax. You all still have chances to visit there in the future. Hurry up and have everyone return. Xiaofan could very much understand what was going through Melancholic Smile's mind. However, they were in a race against time. In any case, he had the evolved Holy City's emblem. There would be many more chances to send players to Titan City. Really? Melancholic Smile immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. Alright, I'll notify the others right away. After Xiaofan was done dealing with matters on Melancholic Smile's side, he immediately instructed Aqua Rose to begin collecting the building materials needed for the magic tower. As for the necessary funds, he had her sell off the lands near the teleportation house. Although the value of those lands had yet peaked, he had purchased them very cheaply back then. Once they all sold, he should be able to earn over 10,000 gold at the very least. After Xiaofan left the Blue Moon high-class bar, he rushed to the battle arena without hesitation. As advanced NPCs were responsible for the entire management of the battle arena right now, the income of the establishment was stored inside the battle arena itself. If he wanted to use the funds, he had to make a personal trip there to collect them. Currently, the battle arena was crowded with players. From afar, Xiaofan could see many players surging into the building. Due to this scene, he suspected that had he not made the battle arena large enough back then, the structure might really have burst apart by now. After Xiaofan entered the battle arena, he noticed that the establishment's original interior layout and decorations had transformed beyond recognition. The place looked nothing like when he had first constructed it. The splendid scene was reminiscent of the auction house in the kingdom's capital. Many window counters dotted the first-floor hall with a sweet and beautiful clerk manning each counter. Among these window counters were some specialized ones that catered only to members. Members of the battle arena could simply use these empty counters to register for a combat room instead of braving the absurdly long lines at the regular counters. Xiaofan did not stop on the first floor. Instead, he headed directly to the fifth floor. The fifth floor of the battle arena housed not only combat halls and personal rooms for tournament winners but also a warehouse and meeting room controlled by the NPC managers. These places were off-limits to outsiders and ordinary NPCs. After entering the warehouse, Xiaofan turned towards Cook, the middle-aged man currently taking account inside the warehouse, and asked, "How is the operation of the battle arena coming along?" Cook had 78 points in wisdom. Among the 10 advanced managers Xiaofan hired, Cook had the second highest wisdom. In terms of management capabilities, he was superior to even Aqua Rose. For example, he had negotiated the prices for the interior decoration of the battle arena all by himself. In the end, the NPC managed to outfit the battle arena with the most luxurious decorations using the least amount of money in the shortest possible time. If this task had been left to players to handle, they would have needed more than 2 days to achieve similar results. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.